Hegram, and Braden Heber will be your top 10 here. And your final 5, Miller, Batchin, Deeganhart, Sircone, and Angelica will be your 15 karts. We're going to take a step aside. When we come back at noon, it is the pre-final for Masters and Super Masters here live at Batavia, Ohio. Remember, we're going behind the paywall, $9.99 a month to become a member, but we'll be back here momentarily live on Kart.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data. KartSim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, KartSim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. KartSim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
Another Kart Chaser Driver Fitness episode with me, Chris G. Today, I'm going to show you how to protect those ribs in the seat. We're doing core. Exercise number 1 is the bench leg raise. Controlled all the way down, full range of motion. Make sure you pick up that tailbone off the pad. Coming down, controlling. Great for the lower abdomen area and obliques. Floor slider mountain climbers, exercise number 2. Exercise number 3, the plate-loaded decline bench sit-up. I'll see you guys on the next episode of Chris G Coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm gonna give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now, this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Come on, man.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
And as the Perico countdown to green ends, we are ready to roll here for our pre-final competition today. Welcome everyone here to the ProAM Karting Championship here at the MCC in Cincinnati. Even though it's Batavia, Ohio, we still call it Cincinnati because Cincinnati is just a wild, big place. We're ready to roll here for our first pre-final of the day. And let's talk about it here. It is 206 Master Supermaster that will be rolling first here. From there, 206 Junior, 206 Senior, 206 Cadet. Then we have the shifter category at 1 p.m. 1:15 will be the KA100 Master Supermaster. Mini micros after that, KA Junior, and then it's KA100 Pro-Am at 2 o'clock. Starting around 2:40-ish p.m. We then go to finals, 10 minutes plus 2 laps at Ready Racing. So it's just as soon as they're ready to go, they go here. But this is going to be a fun one all the way through. It's going to be myself, Brad Dalton, joined by Patrick Coleman for the afternoon. You heard us through the morning and qualifying, and well, we're back for the afternoon for the pre-finals and the finals here.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun here as we go ahead and get our first group underway. The 206 Master and Supermaster category ready to rock and roll here. Here is your grid as it sits. It is going to be a fun battle here as we go ahead and get rolling. And how it's going to work, it's going to be 8 minutes plus a lap. And then as your field sits here, it is one of the biggest fields on the day so far. It is Evan McCorkdale on pole position ahead of Matthew Lyda, Chris Gorman, Matt Geist, Ryan Bradshaw, Renee Moeller, Aaron Reed, Scott Montian, Carson Noble, Adam Dietz, Neil Hamilton, Matt Noble, Dan Montian, Jeffrey Meter, Daryl Dillon, Larry Pike, and Mark Sirk. Going to go ahead and round out our 17 karts here in our first pre-final of the afternoon here, Brad.
Yeah, as we get ready to roll here through, coming around down towards turn 12, you see we're already in formation, ready to go here. McCorkadale, Lyda, these two have competed quite a bit. They are names that, well, if you're familiar with the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship, you should be familiar with those two going through. And of course, here in the 206 Master Supermaster category, we'll see how it plays out for them going on here. Alan Elwood currently leads the points with Geist in second in the Masters and the Supermaster category. It's Chris Gorman leading Todd Davis right now by 70 points. They'll come out through, heading towards the final corners here, slow rolling side by side, and they get ready for the run. Again, as a reminder, this is 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Plus 1 lap being the thing that will catch most people off guard, as we have the slow blinking light here next to the timing tower up on the front at the start-finish line. Again, trams lines being enforced heavily this weekend. The reminder was sent out before the session and in the driver's meeting that you cannot accelerate until the blue cone, and all 4 wheels need to be inside those white lines. So as we roll through, those drivers are going to be watching. They're going to be thinking about that, and you got to be prepared and make sure that there is not a problem for the go. Looking over at each other, waiting to see the green light, and we are rolling here for the first pre-final here of round 4 of the MCC Pro-Am Championship, and it's already a good run there down the inside from McCorkadale to get things moving and grooving here early as we have battles outside of the top 3. They continue to go through, shuffle 2 by 2, but through the first few corners, everybody away.
Yeah, no contact from anybody here in the opening stages, which is always a good thing, considering that this is going to be one of, if not the biggest fields that we have here today. So this is going to be really fun here to watch. We already saw a positional change across the line. Matthew Lyda got the jump on Evan McCorkadale for the lead. We'll see if that sticks around, but as it sits right now, I think McCorkadale was able to actually retake that lead here as they come through, coming to the Barcelona corners as they come through here on the day. We do see one kart just a bit further back. We'll see if they'll be able to catch up to the rest of the pack. You got to keep your momentum up here on the day. If you don't, then you're going to be in a bit of trouble making your way through here as they come across the line. Well, McCorkadale was able to retake the lead after Matthew Lyda did get a bit ahead on the opening stages here. So actually, Matt Geist has also managed to get ahead of Matthew Lida. So very good stuff there from the number 531. A bit of a tricky start for the number 9, as although still in podium contention, it is still a very tight packed field here. Side by side action. And it looks like I think there was another pass, not quite. So Matt Lida, he's going to try to hold on here. He is in that black, red, and yellow cart on your screen with, it is going to be one Chris Gorman trying to chase it down in the 206 Supermaster, currently the top of that class at the moment.
So up in the front, here we go. Geist looking to get down the inside of McCorkadale. You have the white cart with the black and orange helmet going past there. McCorkadale, green helmet, yellow cart going through. You have Lida and Gorman hanging out behind. Chris Gorman, Supermaster leader currently, has Renee Moeller in 2 carts back ahead or behind there, with Ryan Bradshaw to split. Top 4 are going to come across the line here as they settle in. And again, it is Geist over McCorkadale with Lida, with Gorman, your top 4 hanging out here. They've pulled a 2-second gap back to Ryan Bradshaw in 5th. You see 5th place on back as they continue to push through. But top 4, this is going to be the case here of the Master Supermaster setup. Very smart, brave passes, but otherwise, nobody wants to really force the status quo. Nobody wants to do anything too crazy, and nobody wants to make any big passes that are going to absolutely compromise the race early on. So expect these top 4 to hold on, except for the run into turn 12. That is the only place I would truly expect to see any big passes come from. And I have a feeling McCorkadale, as we go up the hill and head back down, is going to do exactly that. Pulls out to the outside, down to the inside, not able to make the pass. McCorkadale now setting back in 2nd. That's an interesting moment there, Patrick. McCorkadale not able to return the favor into turn 12.
Yeah, sometimes we will see a good old case of pass and repass there through turn 12. Not the case this time, as Matt Geist does continue to lead the field away as we begin lap number 3 on the day here so far. About 4.5 minutes left to go, plus an additional lap after the timer. So we'll see if any other positional changes happen here. Adam Dietz goes ahead and gets ahead of Scott Monsian. Mark Cirk loses 2 spots to Darryl Dillon and Larry Pike respectively. So there's some positional change here. The battle for top 4 going 3 wide here. Oh, it's going to be tight, 2 wide, correction, but it is sketchy stuff here. And that is going to be McCorkadale back into the lead. And it looks like Lida is going to go ahead and try to get the pass done. He needs to line him up and make the, he is right there trying to line up the all white cart of Matt Geist going through here. Nothing able to be done into turn 12, and they will go ahead and continue formation with Evan McCorkadale back in the lead of the
front. Not able to make a pass though. Geist wanted to get past McCorkadale down into turn 2. That's an unusual passing opportunity they would have been able to take advantage of, but not able to finalize it here. Lida, Gorman, 3rd and 4th still lie in wait here. They are looking for anything. Here's the problem for McCorkadale and Geist. If they start making moves through, that is going to allow Lida and Gorman to start battling their way along. Here we go, side by side around the outside. Geist tries to go on McCorkadale. McCorkadale with great defense, not great enough defense though, and a good swap for position there between Geist and McCorkadale. Lida and Gorman not able to take advantage. That's an unusual passing spot. Turn 7. Usually we say the younger categories go for the unusual passing spots. Masters and Super Masters just going ahead and showing us that they can pass anywhere on this 0.95 mile circuit that they wish, as that pass into turn 7 was absolutely amazing to watch. Through the final 2 corners we go, 15 and 16, and the 531 of Geist will now pull the lead. 2 minutes to go as they cross the line. Rest of the field here behind is battling it out as well. They have some moments happening. Renee Moeller and Ryan Bradshaw have swapped positions in 5th and 6th. Dietz, Reed, Monenson, and Carson Noble, your top 10. Top 4 have a 3+ second gap to 5th place on back.
That is really impressive here at this stage, and they are, oh man, pardon me, they are fighting. That's another positional change there. That is Matt Gorman getting one on the Matthew Lida, but it is a pass and a repass situation. And then that is going to be Matthew Lida back up into P3 after a quick overtake from Chris Gorman. Gets switched back, So they're going to continue to run here as Matt Geist is going to hold on to that lead for the moment. Being chased down by Evan McCorkindale. Evan McCorkindale not letting him leave his sight. He's got his sight set on Matt Geist here on the day. And we'll see if he can go ahead and try to line up a move, maybe coming into turn 1. 1 minute to go. He thought about it. He struck for the move there, but decided to wait it out, try a different spot. Maybe through that turn 7 again. That has been a particular hot spot here in this pre-final. It's an unusual spot. It's a very interesting corner. Not one you would normally want to try to overtake on, just because it is a sweet.
Look at that rear bumper on the 19 there bouncing around a little bit. I don't think it's anything to be concerned about, but definitely something to watch. As long as it's not dragging on the ground or coming off of the cart, nothing to really watch. But it goes to show the lumpies and bumpies is what I'm going to call it here around this 0.95 mile national circuit through certain sectors of the track as we come out of the final corner here down the straightaway. The 531 of guys still leading McCorkindale. They've pulled a little bit of a gap to Lyda and Gorman, with Lyda and Gorman swapping through. White flag out, 1 lap to go. And right now, Chris Gorman is actually the fastest kart on track. McCorkindale, Geist, they are nose to tail going into turn 2. And here we go through the first sector, through the middle, back and forth. Here we go down the inside to think about a move. McCorkindale over Geist, not able to capitalize. Geist holding on, runs a little bit wider out of turn 4, just trying to park the bus, trying to defend. These are two drivers that race really well together. They have a lot of strong defense, strong fighting battles all the time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, next up on the track is going to be the category starts rolling out right now, and that is going to be our absolutely wonderful 206 juniors ready to roll out at the moment as they go. In that pre-final, it was Matt Geist over Evan McCorkindale is how that final half a lap finished up. Absolutely amazing battling in their run here. In 206 junior, let's talk about how they're going to line up on their go. They had a great qualifying going through, and well, 206 junior qualifying as it sits, it is going to be Homer Heeman with Kaysen Bath and Liam Richter. Liam Richter was actually disqualified out for a fuel issue. Whether that's taking the wrong fuel or what that might have been, it's not clear, but it was a fuel sample failure, and Liam Richter DQ'd out of qualifying. So that time did not matter here as our 3 karts get ready to go. Homer Heeman, Kaysen Bathen ready to roll here. Homer Heeman in that number 43 plated Burrell Art kart, green helmet. It's going to be an interesting one to watch here, Patrick. How are these two going to go?
Very competitively is the answer to that one, Brad. These guys are really going to just punch it hard and pretty much just give everything they got here. It's the 206 juniors. They love a good fight on track. They're going to go ahead and give it everything they've got here. Even though it is a 3-car field, it is a small but mighty field here as we get ready to rock and roll and get ready to go. Green flag is out, and away we go as we go ahead and make our way through here. And it is still going to be He-Man leading the field here as it sits. And we're going to see how this one plays out. It is looking like it's already going to be side-by-side battling action here, as the drivers try to really go ahead and line things up early and try to get the moves done that they need to get done. And side by side already. And it is still going to be the lead so far for Horny He-Man as they continue on here. Richter did lose a position in the early stages, so that is going to be unfortunate there for Liam Richter, who is now currently down into P number 3. The green helmet is going to go ahead and still lead the field ahead of the green cart, which is actually a pretty funny combination now that you think about it, but here we go. They're going to continue on here, coming through the Barcelona sector as they get ready to go after this first lap. We'll see who is going to go ahead and lead here coming out of lap 1, and we can just see it's a drag race here down the line as He-Man is in second position ahead of Liam Richter, at least on our timing information. So far a pretty good run here for the 206 juniors.
Absolutely. First lap down. Homer Heeman currently leading Liam Richter, showing in second place here, going side by side with Kason Bathen. And Kason Bathen in the blue cart there, Liam Richter in the green cart, and Homer Heeman, of course, in the Burrell art, the red and white cart with the green helmet. Looks over the right shoulder, is starting to pull a bit of a gap here over Liam Richter and Kason Bathen as they head down through the middle sector of the track. Now coming up the hill to go back down the hill towards turn 12, and you see Homer actually dips out, avoids that bump, and so does Liam. Kason goes right over the bump, and well, we talk about that bump a lot, up the hill through 11 and down towards 12. On that downhill run, you'll see some of your younger categories be more willing to take that bump and run through and be, I guess, jolted is the best way to describe it, a bit more of a physical punch that comes through to them. But in the older categories, the higher age brackets, you will see them more willing to swerve around that bump, and it doesn't really affect your time. It's just more of a, how much do you want to let that bump kind of smack you around in that run up 11 towards 12? That can be a big, big moment for these drivers. Out of turn 5, Heeman, Bathen, Liam Richter is the order as they sit. A little bit of a gap has started to form between Bathen and Richter, about half a second when they cross the line. And Homer Heeman has a second in the lead. And of course, Patrick, this is not the only class that Homer Heeman runs in. Homer Heeman we're going to see a lot of today.
Yeah, he's known for running in about at least 2 or 3 classes each time he comes here to the MCC KartPlex here. So we'll definitely see a lot more of Homer He-Man here today, as he will be competing in, I believe, 2 other classes here, as he still leads the field. Pretty impressive resume here for Horny He-Man. 100 and Shifter Junior categories. So it'll be interesting to see. He actually won the Junior Shifter last time out in the Badella des Cartes on May 3rd of this year, so about 2 weeks ago. So we'll see if that impressive performance keeps up here throughout the day, and so far it looks like it is here, as he has got a very comfortable lead here in the pre-final.
Keeping that lead alive here in the pre-finals. We hear excitement in the background. There's always such a good sense of friendship and camaraderie and competition that happens here at MCC. This is still, nevertheless, this is my local kart track, and they have some great runs here, of course, with the Battaglia de Cartes 2 weeks ago. It was a great time had there. They had the food truck that had some delicious looking food, I have to say. Summer Speed'em Fest will have Saturday night barbecue, and of course, it's the 4th of July for round 5, so you know it's going to be a good time. There's going to be fireworks. They have a luau in August, and then October, the finals will be under the lights, October 2nd and 3rd for round number 10. It is a Saturday race as opposed to this race being a Sunday race. And what's going to be interesting to really see is the fact that that race, the practice session starts at 2 p.m. So all finals that October 2nd, 3rd weekend for round 10 will be under the lights. And then October 23rd through 25th for Kartaween will be a Saturday night trunk or treat and a chili cook-off. Tell you what, Kart Chaser, you're going to have to just get me, like, sleeping at the track. Just buy me a tent and let me sleep at the track, because I tell you what, that sounds like a good time. Of course, remember, if you're interested in registering, we're into round 4, so you've missed a couple of weeks here, and there's only 2 drop weeks through the season, so but you can still register if you want to, and it's $100 for the ProAM Championship membership, and then it's $65 per round to register for a class. So here's what's kind of cool to think about that. $35 per round for transponder as well. So if you have a kart and you're looking to race, well, Patrick, if this is a local track to you like it is to me, this is probably going to be one of the best facilities to do so.
Yeah, I mean, the first time I covered this track, I already kind of put this track on my bucket list of trip places to try and come race at some point. It's really fun seeing how different tracks work. I mean, especially when you have a track that can have multiple different layouts, because this is the second layout that we have used here so far. And in round 1, we did use a different layout, and so the layout changes round by round here. So that'll be a lot of fun, and it's also just shows really great adaptability as well, because we started off with the Legacy Circuit in April. So that was really fun to watch. And then we go back to the Legacy Circuit on September 4th and 5th. And it'll be a Saturday that time around. And round 10, Under the Lights, is still to be determined which layout is going to be run. So that is a very exciting prospect. We love a little bit of mystery, especially around the Halloween season. Is it going to be are we going to get a good trick, or are we going to have a fantastic treat? My money is on the latter, because coming here is always a treat.
Absolutely it is, and right now the treat on track is Homer Heeman, currently leading 1.3 seconds over Kason Bathen, with Liam Richter in third, falling back a little bit here. It's interesting to watch the 612 go through, because Homer Heeman not able to really build a gap much more, but is able to maintain. And I'll tell you right now, watching this, I think Homer Heeman is really just sort of conserving a little bit. I don't think Homer Heeman is overly pushing. I think for right now, Homer Heeman is just holding the position going through and not trying to not overwork the tires, trying to not overwork the kart, and mainly trying to not overwork themselves, because Homer Heeman still has to run K100 Junior, still has to run the Shifter Junior as well. So you want to talk about 3 hard entries here as we get 1 lap to go this time through, or 1 minute to go this time through. I don't believe that was the 1 lap to go signal. If it was, then I might have been 60 seconds early. Actually, no, that was the 1 to go signal. So this is final lap for these drivers. The timer will run out before they cross the line. So this is your final lap, because it takes them 1:09 to get across the track, and they came across the line less than a minute to go. So yes, final lap here coming through. Homer Heeman in that Burrell Art kart, number 43, currently has a 1.8 second lead over Kason Bathen, and is going to run through, runs down the hill to go up, and is going to be coming around out of the 3rd sector, keeping a great challenge. It's just been consistent in the category. All 3 drivers very smooth and consistent. Their lap times being very smooth and consistent, but somebody has to finish up in the front. And as it stands up in the front will be Homer Heeman coming around through the final corners now, and will cross the line. Homer Heeman is going to win your 206 Junior Pre-Final here today. Carson Bathen in second. Liam Richter will come through in third. We're going to take a break here at Kart Chaser as the 206 Juniors finish up. When we come back, it is time for our next category, 2 down and 7 to go here at Kart Chaser.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tire data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the Pro-Am Karting Championship as we roll down in to get ready on the front stretch. We are looking for the 206 seniors here to be rolling. It's Braden Heber who's going to be leading this pack through. Vince Krasuski out in second. Adler Klein, Ace Roland, Speck, Gorman, Deeganhart, and Butler. Your 8 206 senior karts that will be taking on the run here. 8 minutes plus a lap. The slow timer is on. They hit the blue cone. We're green. We're racing here. Heber in the lead.
A good launch there from Braden Heber as they make their way through turn 2. Still holding on into that lead. He's got that blue racing suit with that neon, almost Lando Norris-esque helmet. And that number 8 kart as he's going to go ahead and make his way on through. Some battles happening here. Some side-by-side moments as drivers try to jockey for position. They're trying to find their footing here in the opening stages of this pre-final here. The 206 Masters and Super Masters trying to find their positioning here as they go ahead and make their way on through. Sorry, actually, I misspoke. It is the 206 Senior that is coming on through. So we're going to go ahead and continue on here. We're going to see, oh, maybe a move here. It looks like Degenhardt's trying to get a move done. Don't think he quite got it. As they're going to try to find these positions, as we have been kind of split up into groups here. So we got a little bit of pack racing going on here as lap 1 is in the books. So quite a few drivers moved up position. Vince Krasuski has actually dropped 6 positions there. So not exactly a great run for the 85 here.
We'll see if the 85 can recover through. Up at the front, it is Braden Heber leading Adler Klein, who had an absolutely beautiful turn 1 down the inside, able to capitalize and move up places. Ace Roland in third in the 888 with Gavin Deeganhart up into 4th, up 3 in that number 3 plated kart. Speck, Gorman, Butler, and as you said, Patrick, Vince Krasuski dropping to the back of the pack here. 2 minutes already down, and you can see Braden Heber holding a bit of a lead here at the moment and trying to relax through. Adler Klein in the Tony kart in second place is just trying to follow through with Roland holding into third here. The gaps aren't really too significant. You see the look over the shoulder there from Adler Klein to look back where Ace Roland is. Ace Roland going to tuck the helmet down and in, and will continue to follow through, trying to pop a bit of slipstream here as we proceed into turn 2. And well, Adler Klein a little bit closer this time to Braden Heber. Ace Roland a little bit closer. Now here we go. Let's go bumper to bumper for some racing here. Heber versus Klein, holding right nose to tail in this 206 senior run. They are definitely going to give each other a challenge through the next 5 minutes here, Patrick.
Yeah, it's going to be a really solid run here. We'll see how this one does pan out. Top 3 very close to each other here. As your top 3 as it sits, it is going to be Brady Heber, Adler Klein, and Ace Roland. We'll see here as it is going to be really close for Adler Klein in that number 33 car with the white helmet. He's going to get really close coming through turns 12, 13, and 14. Pretty good run there, almost putting a wheel into the grass there as they continue to roll on through. And we'll see if there's going to be any runs for a move there, or does Ace Roland have an ace up his sleeve? Answer is not quite. They're going to still continue to hold formation here, as we still do have about a good 4.5 minutes left to go. A little less than that now as we make our way through. And oh, here we go, side by side. This looks like it's going to be an overtake for Adler Klein, but he does not make it. So far it is still going to be Brady Heber still leading, but I mean, Adler Klein, he looked like he was about to make a move there, but just unfortunately ran out of real estate.
Here's the problem this causes for Klein and Heber. Look at that 888 kart of Roland now right in the mix there. The purple and white kart with the orange suit is now right there on the back, coming into 13-14. This is somewhere that I've seen drivers try to make passes before. Klein was right all over the back of Heber, was not able to capitalize on the momentum and make a pass, but holding through. And, well, this is interesting to see. It looks like there is a penalty given out for the 21 kart. That is going to be Tanner Gorman. There's an investigation into that number 21. We'll see if we can get some more info here momentarily. That is for a lap 1 incident. I can tell you that. We'll get some verification on where that's at. Coming out of turn 4, Klein still trying to set up Heber, not able to pass. I know, Patrick, one of our favorite sayings is it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass, but right now it seems like it's almost an impossible position to be in to try to pass.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that really tried to get moved on about a couple laps ago, but now it's, and I mean, if Brady Heber can keep up this excellent defense, that excellent positioning, but look at this, Ace Roland now trying to make a move. He was fighting his way through, trying to get something done, but in the end, it's still going to be P2 as we come across towards the two final minutes here before our final lap. Final lap.
Two minutes to go in this race, and we'll see how it plays out. Minutes to go in this race, and we'll see how it plays out for these drivers as they push each other, they challenge. They're really, really keeping each other honest here in the top 3. Klein right on the back of Heber here through turn number 7, head towards turn 8, and the number 8 leads the 33, who is preceded by the 888. So it's an 8 on 888 sandwich. I can't think of a sandwich where you would have a very heavy bottom bun and a light top bun. Probably a Subway sandwich. That seems to be one where they tend to cut that bread unevenly. But, you know, that's neither here nor there. Less than 90 seconds left to go. Should be 2 laps to go when they cross the line here. Heber leading Klein. Klein staying right on the back. Wheel dips off a little bit there for Heber. The big thing of these 206 engines is they have to keep the momentum very much alive here in the karts. They cannot afford to lose momentum and lose pace. If they do, it can cause bigger issues. And as of right now, they hold along, and Klein staying right to the back here, less than 60 seconds to go.
Yeah, this is a good battle, a excellent battle even between Klein and Heber as they continue to scrap it out here. Ace Roland still staying within view, but it's definitely a battle for the lead. It is a two-way fight here between Adler Klein and Braden Heber as they continue on. And we've seen Adler Klein really look for some moves, but he's just been unable to get it done here in that number 33 kart. If you can get a lot of momentum on this downhill section running into turn 12, you can really line up a good shot. And here we go. Speaking of lining it up, he's going to send it on through. Adler Klein into the lead of the 206 senior pre-final. A very good move there for the race lead. And it'll be 1 to go as the timer hit 0 just before they cross the line. White flag is out. 1 lap to go. Does Brady Heber have a response? He's going to follow him to turns 2 and 3. And it's got to have a good slipstream here. What Brady Heber really needs to do is he needs to line it up coming down the hill going into turn 12. That is going to be his best shot here to try to get the overtake. He's not going to wait for that. He's going to wait. He's going to go at it at turn 7. Just doesn't quite get it. He is moving one way or another, trying to find any form of clear air to try to make the move. And now he's got to get a good entry and exit through turn 11 before making the dive. Is he going to be able to get that momentum coming into turn 12? This is where we saw Adler Klein make the move. No, he runs a bit wide, so just the momentum just isn't quite there. Coming through the last couple of corners now, who's it going to be? And you can already see they're trying everything in the book to hold on. It's going to be a drag race down to the line. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Braden Heber by a fraction of a second. 5 thousandths of a second ahead of Adler Klein. who will get the fastest lap with a 107.908. And whew, you could have not got much closer on that finish, Brad.
That was an absolutely close finish. Amazing to see there. Roland in third, Deeganhart in fourth, Tanner Gorman will finish fifth, Vince Krasuski in sixth, William Specht and Gage Butler will round out your 8 karts here in the 206 Senior Pre-Final there. 8 minutes plus a lap. Absolutely amazing action for them. And that is where that will settle in here. Now we set things up here. Next category to come out will be your 206. It's not 206. Hold on. What am I looking at? Yes, it is. It's 206 Cadets coming out next here for their run. They're 8 minutes plus a lap and should be good competition here from them as they are set up there waiting on the green flag to get ready to go out. And 206 Cadets will get rolling here for their pre-final. Let's talk about the grid and how they line up. It is going to be Drew Schneider leading Kai Schipper with Harrison Bell, Sam Hornish, Wyatt Huntsbarger, Caden Tracy, Carter Beard, and Blake Martinez, your 8 karts taking on this 206 Cadet pre-final. As they sit, this is going to be one to watch here, and one of the things we talk about a lot, Patrick, with this younger category, they love to go for passes in unconventional places.
Yeah, I mean they got some of the smaller karts here on the field. I think the mini micros are the only karts that are smaller than these 206 Cadets, so they'll have a really good time. I mean, they got the space, they got the room to do it, and if they see an opportunity to get an overtake done, they're gonna go for it, like you said, Brad. So this is always a really entertaining class to watch as they go ahead and make their way through. They've already formed up into tram lines, and we are gonna go ahead and get ready to go here. Side by side, split up into 2 groups. the tram lines. It was a target point before we got going here officially that the tram lines were going to go ahead and be enforced, and they cannot accelerate until that blue cone. And it is green flag racing, and away we go here in the 206 Cadet Pre-Final. Seeing some drivers already jockeying for position. They're going to go ahead and form single file line moving through turn 2. Good run coming into turn 3 so far. We're going to see one move being potentially made there. A move up the inside doesn't quite come through, as it is still going to be Drew Schneider holding on in that position, holding on to the lead here as it sits in that lime green cart. And this is going to be a good run here coming through the S's leading up to that turn 11. And it's going to be, if you get a good exit on turn 11, you have a really good run down into turn 12. There's going to be a move for the lead there. It is going to be Harrison Bell trying to get one up the inside. And through goes Bell. And he will ring his way up in the P1. Good start there from the 444.
Harrison Bell with a great move there over Schneider to get up into the front. Keep your eye on the rest of these karts as they proceed through the front stretch. Burrell Art first and third, and as they cross the line, Harrison Bell over Schneider, Hornish in third, and Schipper in fourth with Huntsberger fifth place. All right nose to tail with each other, and well, as one has a better run out of a line over another, you're going to continue to see these positions swap, because that is just the nature of this category as they are in
these positions here, as it is going to be a very tough battle, as we're seeing here with Kai Shepard trying to get one on to Sam Hornish as they continue to race on through here with about little under 6.5 minutes to go here on the pre-final. And we're going to see some moves here. Keep an eye on Sam Hornish, who is going to be right there in that 141 cart. He is going to try to land a move up onto the green number 1 cart of Drew Schneider as they go through. Coming up the hill, down the hill, and look at the momentum that Hornish has. He will tuck in, though. He won't go for the move just yet. He's going to wait for a better opportunity to do so. Although I think he had a pretty good shot there to try to maybe make a move. It looks like he got a little unsettled to turn 13 as they go ahead to begin their next lap with about 4.5 minutes to go in the 206 Cadet Pre-Final. It is still Harrison Bell ahead of Drew Schneider and Sam Hornish, your top 3.
4.5 minutes to go for the top 4 to sort themselves out. Top 4 separated by less than a second. You see them all together there on your screen as they are fighting their way through time and time and time again. Through the middle sector, you still have Bell leading Schneider, breathing a bit of space here. Hornish and Schipper hanging out behind that number 99, playing the caboose, but keeping a hard challenge on Hornish there in the 141. That's the one thing that I'm really noticing that's catching my attention, is the fact that that 141 isn't really losing out on any sort of challenge right now. It is very much staying here in the place of contention. It's not gotten away yet, and that is a good position to find yourself in whenever you are in this 206 cadet category, because if those top 2 start battling, top 3 start battling, you're in 4th place. All you got to do is just sneak through. Here it is. Here's the pullout. Schneider goes through. Hornish follows with, and that is going to shuffle Bell down to 3rd. That puts Hornish 2nd. Schneider now back up into the lead with 3 minutes plus a lap to go.
Yeah, really good opportunity there, but look at this. It's not over yet. More side-by-side action coming through here, and the switchback is going to be attempted here. We'll see who's going to win this one out. Very good battling here, and I believe that is Harrison Bell, who I think has moved his way up into 2nd. Yes, it is. Harrison Bell up into 2nd place. Sam Hornish back down in the 3rd, but we cannot forget about Kai Schipper, who is the fastest kart on track at the moment. Best lap time of 108.699, and that was actually his most recent lap. So that number 99, he's definitely a kart that you cannot forget about here. because he is really starting to put pressure. He's looking to make a move now. At least he had the inside on to Sam Hornish as they come across the line now with about just over 2 minutes to go. So it's going to be roughly about 2 laps before the timer hits, and then we get that extra final lap here on this pre-final. Good battling here from the 206 cadet category, although we expected nothing less. Oh, look at this, a pass for the lead here. Harrison Bell getting the move done onto Drew Schneider, and that is going to be a pass for the lead, pass and repass. It has pretty much been the story of the pre-final.
That it has. These two have not given each other an opportunity to breathe, and keeping each other honest, the big name of the game sometimes in the runs. That is really what you have to focus on, is just keeping the person ahead of you honest. You don't need to force the issue. You just need to be in contention when it matters, and that is exactly what we're seeing happen from these top drivers as they sit along in through the third sector, through the Barcelona sector, as we have now nicknamed it here at Kart Chaser, and up through the front stretch. 444, you see Tuck at the helmet trying to lean a little bit forward, trying to get that 206 engine to ramp up here, as we are a minute 3 left to go on the timer. Let's see how this plays out for them. Through turn 2, Bell over Schneider by about a 10th is where they sit. Patrick, I don't know if that's going to stay like that. Third and fourth here, Hornish and Shipper, they've lost a little bit of momentum, but these top two, they are staying very close.
Yeah, no, I think these two are going to trade positions constantly here throughout the final 30 seconds, plus an additional lap, depending on which comes first. I mean, Drew Schneider's been able to get some really good momentum, but Harrison Bell has just been able to keep that momentum up himself, and he's been able to really dial it in. And you got to get a good run down this hill. That is pretty much one of the biggest key factors on this track. Coming into Barcelona, you got to have that momentum going downhill, and then you come through turns 13 and 14. If you don't have the momentum, you are not going to be able to line up for the move. Final lap as they get ready to come across the line. The timer is out. The white flag is out. And here we go. Drew Schneider going up the inside, coming into turn 1. And that's a good move there, but he runs a bit wide. Harrison Bell looking for a move on the inside, and he's going to get it. Yes. Oh, but in the grass goes Drew Schneider. Into the grass he goes. Just got shuffled wide, and that one is certainly going to be under investigation.
And Drew Schneider running wide out of turn 2 there in a bit of contact. That is going to let Harrison Bell take away at the moment. The 444, the Burrell Art Kart now in the lead there. Hornish and Shipper now in the wake, trying to catch up any way possible. It looks like Bell able to carry all the momentum there and able to continue along here as we see the battles continue. But up in the front, you have Schneider, who is just not close enough, trying to hold off Hornish. Bell, that moment there with Drew Schneider, that is going to definitely be a talking point, because that was a big off from Schneider. We'll see if any action comes out of that into the finals. A little bit off the wheel there for the 141, but up front, it is going to be Harrison Bell who is going to take the win here in the 206 Cadet Pre-Final, side-by-side for second place. Back in the back, though, and it's Schneider, or Hornish versus Schnipper, and Shipper is able to send it up into second place. And it is going to be Hornish in third by 0.02 of a second. Martinez finds fourth, Huntsbarger in fifth, and unfortunately for Drew Schneider, that number 1 kart will come home in P6. What a final lap.
That was good, hard battling, just pushing these 206 to the edge of the limit. And sometimes, I mean, contact does happen. It is racing, and I'll be curious to see what the end result is there, but as it sits, it was a very entertaining race. Another near photo finish, although this one wasn't for the lead, it was for P2. But, I mean, another very close finish here, as your results are as follows. Harrison Bell, Kai Shipper, Sam Hornish running out the podium, and then Blake Martinez, Wyatt Hunsenberger, and then Drew Schneider, Caden Tracy, and Carter Beard rounding out your 8 drivers in the 206 Cadets. Next up, we're going to go ahead and shift gears to the shifter carts, coming at you soon.
And as the shifters get rolling on track, let's talk about these junior shifters and how they're going to start out here. So for the senior shifters, it'll be Riley Pegram leading Fred Robertson with Doug Duff, Kyle Foe, Tyler Abel, Jeff Carroll, Brian Decker out on track. In the junior shifter category, well, it is Kai Park, Homer Heeman, Robert Lash, Drake Williamson will be your 4 karts out on track for the junior shifter category. Patrick, what's the best thing about shifters? It's a standing start.
Yeah, so I mean, it's the only category where you actually have a standing start, and you have to actually get a good launch off the line. So very similar to that of Formula One with their standing starts. So it's gonna be a really fun time here. So they're gonna line up on the grid instead of just getting a rolling start through the tram lines like we have seen for all the classes before, and we'll see for all the classes preceding it. It's going to be a standing start here. It's also our official halfway point as well, as we have done 4, and then we have another 4 after this. So it's probably one of my favorite classes to watch, at least on the starts. It's a very good one to win this. And I mean, it's such a different starting procedure, especially if you have somebody competing in multiple classes like He-Man. He is going to go ahead and he's in 3 different classes today, and just adapting to 3 different karts, especially one that is as complex as the shifters. It's going to be great.
Yeah, the shifter is very, very unique here, and you see Pegram leading the field through, looking over the shoulder, now slow rolling through the 3rd sector. This is where you start to think about things. You've got to be prepared for this start. You've got to make sure that you don't stall the kart out, that you are ready to go, that you're going to be down in gear, and that you don't have any moments that are going to absolutely cost you on the go. Because if you mess up the start, it ruins your entire race. And you can see here on the track, we are telling the drivers exactly what grid boxes to stop in, and you see pointing down, then thumbs up. And this gets them all into position here as the 11 karts find their starting grid slots, and we are just waiting on the final few karts to get in line here. Official is happy. Thumbs are up. We watch the light. And the light goes out, and we are underway here. All of our karts get going except for one in the back there. That is going to be our last place starter, but up in the front, Riley Pegram able to get away. Fred Robertson, Doug Duff, your top 3. Already some battles in the mid-pack going through. Brian Decker was the 10th kart there who was not able to get going. Looks like Carroll did not take to the race start for shifter. And up front, Pegram, Robertson, Duff, Foe, your top 4.
Very good race start indeed as we go ahead and continue on in the opening stages of the pre-final here. And Riley Pegram had a really good go at it in qualifying, a pretty strong margin to the rest of the pack, and that pace is still continuing to show itself here. Her father is going to go ahead and race a bit later on here today, but Pegram so far doing the Pegram name justice here in the opening stages, as these drivers are going to go ahead and continue to make their way through and just try to even catch up, because it is already on the opening stage a 3.6 second gap. Riley Pegram already on the opening lap getting a sub 1 minute lap time, 56.524 seconds. And Brian Decker was able to get going despite the stall at the start. And unfortunately, we have lost Carroll here, who did not take the race start in the number 522.
All these drivers in shifter having a good start so far, able to go through. Riley Pegram, as you said, just absolutely on another planet in terms of pace, though. Tons of great pace in that kart as we look further back along, looking back at Heeman in the junior category, who is trying to hold along and sit in 7th place as well. You see how this field has really settled itself in terms of pace. And that's one of the things with shifter kart, is that shifter kart seems to be one of those categories where the attrition really plays out and the pace difference really shows itself, which is it's a very unique situation for these shifter karts to find themselves in, because they're all quick, right? All of these drivers we know have great pace and have great experience and are doing very well to muscle these karts around, shift up and down the gears, do all the things that you need to do, but it adds such a unique layer because you have to make sure you pick the right gear. You have to make sure that you're in the right place. You have to make sure that you're doing everything just right to truly make sure that you're maximizing pace in the shifter karts. And that's where you tend to see the skill, the experience and the skill gap show itself, is for those drivers who are used to running in the shifters and picking the right gear, picking the right corner. That is really where you see them come out and show what they know. Otherwise, you tend to see drivers, especially when they're first learning the shifter category, who are not able to do such a thing.
Yeah, I feel like it would, at least for me, it would probably take me a hot minute to kind of figure out the gearing on these karts. Like, I would probably be about 10 seconds a lap slower at minimum compared to these drivers who have a wealth of experience here. And yeah, it's definitely the attrition as well, because I mean, there's a lot of bumps as we see Riley Pegram just take a massive bump in a slide there coming through turns 13 and 14. And I mean, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of experience and a lot of trial and error that comes in, which is finding out which gear you need to be in for which corner. And I mean, that's the thing about for pretty much any motorsport that has more than a singular gear. You got to try to learn what gear is the appropriate gear for each corner. You typically want like lower gears for slower corners, and then the higher gears for higher speed corners. So it'll be interesting to see as Horner He-Man jumps up into 6th position here, as Riley Pegram is still the fastest kart on track with a 54.644 second lap time here. About 12.2 seconds of a gap. Extreme pace here from Riley Pegram.
Absolutely. Last time out, it was Kyle Drysdale who had that level of pace. Riley Pegram today showing that level of pace. Drysdale swept the weekend in shifter last time through and was able to pull a 5+ second advantage in qualifying alone for last time out, rounds 2 and 3, the Battalion de Karts. Good to see Riley Pegram here today, showing a lot of that experience here as well. 3 minutes left to go, and it's 15 seconds the gap, first to second. Crossing the line here, let's get a reset on that gap, and it will maintain where it's at for now. Homer Heeman leading through in the junior shifter category, leading Kai Park. Kai Park has stayed fairly close here, within about a second, and isn't giving a lot of comfort to Heeman here, who is just really trying to maintain on the go and stay in a position that there's not too much pressure. Again, we talked about it earlier. Homer Heeman's running 3 classes this weekend. I think some of what Homer Heeman is doing is a bit of just conservation of self. Even though it's a one-day race, if you're running 6 races, you've got to maintain a little bit of physicality throughout to hold on to yourself all the way to the end, to be competitive in every class. And I really think that's what we're seeing Homer Heeman do right now.
I mean, that is massive respect. I mean, I have respect for these drivers for going through 3 separate races anyway, with your qualifier and then the pre-final and the final. That takes a lot of effort in one category, let alone 3. So, I mean, warm-ups aside, he is running in 9 different sessions today. So that is impressive stuff. I mean, I don't know if I could even do that, to be honest. I'd be pretty wore out after like one class. I'd be wore out.
Yeah, it's I respect it. That is a driver pushing themselves to a higher level to be running multiple categories at once. It's absolutely amazing to get to see here. A minute left, and right now you could see a bit of the swerving around here, working through traffic that is going on through the whole category, as they push their way through sector 2 or turn 2 down into sector 2, I should say, and we see the pressure build, the momentum continue to shift. Homer Heeman, fastest kart on track, by the way, right now for the junior category, I should say, running a 58.7. Everyone else in that junior shifter category has run a 1 minute lap is their fastest time. So Homer Heeman, the only driver to break into the sub 60 category through. And then, of course, you have Kyle Foe, Doug Duff, Fred Robertson, and Riley Pegram, who are in the sub 60 category as well, with the fastest, of course, being Riley Pegram at a 54-second lap. 15 seconds left to go on the timer here, and Riley Pegram right now moving through 8, 9, and 10. Seems unstoppable so far, with 25-second gap currently built up. Riley Pegram to Fred Robertson. To give you context, Riley Pegram is working through turn 11 up the hill and down to turn 12 right now. Meanwhile, Fred Robertson is just now really going through turn 6 and 7.
That is impressive, and that's going to be overtaking a lapped kart there. White flag is out for Riley Pegram. One more lap for the number 22. The IMSA IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge driver, making some good moves here, just passing through these karts. The karts, obviously, they know they're about to get lapped, so they're just letting Riley on through. No issue there. I know we love to also use the phrase, traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. Well, traffic is giving her no issues whatsoever as she goes through her final lap here, using a good amount of the curves through the S's, and then coming through now down the hill, coming into the Barcelona sector, and just chasing down these karts like no tomorrow. And Riley Pegram now is going to try to get past the 32 here right at the line. This won't be for position, this is just for fun. And Riley Pegram wins here in the shifter and junior shifter final with a margin of 30 seconds between P1 and P2. Incredible stuff. That's about half a lap, mind you.
Amazing momentum. Look at the battle here building up in the 00 and the 543. Good battles here further back in the pack as the 93 and the 100, forgive me, in second and third. They cross the line 0.3 of a second, separating Robertson and Duff. So good battle from them on the go here as we wait for Homer Heeman, Kai Park, and Brian Decker to cross the line. Shifter and junior shifter setting up an absolutely lovely show. Homer Heeman crosses the line to win in shifter junior. And as we wait, they, again, officially mark our halfway through the pre-final category. Coming up from here, it's KA100 Master, Supermaster, it's Mini Micro, it's KA100 Junior, and it's KA100 Pro-Am are your next categories up on track. All right, Patrick, I got to ask you, half of the pre-finals are done. We're shifting from the 206 in the shifter category to the KA category now. What are your thoughts going into this KA pre-final?
Things are going to be very interesting. It's going to be a very good field here today in the KA100 Master and Supermaster. We saw some pretty good action in the qualifier earlier on. So I think we're going to see a lot of that here yet again for the pre-final. And the pre-final is going to set us up for a fantastic final later on as we go ahead and get ready to rock and roll here in the first of the KA classes. It is KA100 Master and Supermaster, and the karts are fired up. We're fired up. The drivers are certainly fired up, and we are out onto the track.
Well, let's talk about the starting grid as they roll through. Damian Jennings and Neil Hamilton will lead off in Super Master. Gerard Tracy will be leading off in the Master category. So plenty of strong competitive runs here to happen in the Master, Super Master. No penalties to speak of for these drivers as they roll out. Corey Curry will be in the back with Greg Leahy in 5th. Paul Meese will find 4th place. And again, Gerard Tracy in 3rd. Neil Hamilton, Damian Jennings will be on the front here for their 8 minutes plus a lap.
Yeah, this
is a class that
This is all the ingredients.
Oh. Go. You first.
I was just going to say, this has all the ingredients to be a fantastic run here. 6 karts on the field. I mean, this is going to be amazing as they get into the tram lines.
And as they head down towards the tram lines and get ready to roll, this is going to be where things really, really mix themselves up. Slow in. Looking for the light. Green light's out. We are racing here for the KA 100 Master Super Master run, and right now it's hard fighting all the way through, all the way on the run. We've got a couple of swaps early on. One kart skateboarding over the curbs. You're not going to earn any points from Tony Hawk with that. That's in fact going to hurt your kart all the way through, but up in the front we have multiple shuffles happening.
Yeah, no kickflip bonus there for riding the curb as they go through. Good kart control there to keep it facing in the right direction. I know sometimes that's a pretty tricky challenge. I know I probably would have spun it, but I mean, it just shows to the testament of these drivers' skills and experience. They've done some rally crossing in karts before. They know how to keep the car facing in the right direction. As we go through for the first lap, some moves are potentially going to be made. And that is almost going to be 2 for the price of 1 there. As they go ahead and make their way through for the first lap. Very good stuff here. It was almost 2 for the price of 1 in terms of overtakes. That lime green helmet driver trying to go ahead and try to fight here. Trying to fight for these positions. As it sits right now, it is going to be Damian Jennings ahead of Gerard Tracy, ahead of Neil Hamilton, Paul Meese, Greg Leahy, and Corey Curry. Rounding out your 6 drivers here after the opening lap here. But it's already actually a position gain because right now, Paul Meese did get one onto Neil Hamilton. Paul Meese, that green helmet that you're seeing now, chasing down Gerard Tracy as they go through here. That was a very unintentional pun. We're going to see how they go through here. 1 position change here on this lap. It'll be Meese and Hamilton swapping for that P3 position.
Battles up and down the field continue their way into the run here. 5 minutes 40 seconds plus a lap remaining, and up front the gap 9/10 of a second. Enough room to breathe if you're Damian Jennings, which is very important here early on to be able to be in that position where you can breathe and not really have to worry about anything.
Actually, speaking of cars, that is Gerard Tracy going off track there, dropping about 4 positions there. Or actually more like about 3 positions there at the 205. Having a bit of a moment there, just going through the grass.
Not at all what you want to do there, having your small moment and shuffling up and down the order. That is not going to be ideal for your day. You've got 5 minutes, though, to make up for the go here. 4 minutes, 51 seconds as the leader crosses the line. Damian Jennings, 1.1 second the gap. Neil Hamilton, fastest kart on track right now by about 3/10 over Paul Meese.
Yeah, they're going to continue on here, battling it out for this position, trying to fight for the podium. As Paul Meese now who's had a really, really good start here today. And in that number 297 kart, he started in P4 today. And now he's up in 2nd place. Neil Hamilton, though, is the quickest kart on track with a 102.006 being his personal best lap time and the best lap of the race so far. As they come through the Barcelona sector of the racetrack. And it's going to be a good run here. The 290 of Neil Hamilton trying to close in the gap as they come through. And it's a very tightly knit battle here in the lead between Damian Jennings and Paul Meese. Paul Meese now the fastest kart on track with a 101.511 currently being the best lap time here. And he has got some pace. I would not be surprised if Paul Meese makes a move for the lead here sooner rather than later. I mean, he's already just kind of looking for it, playing I Spy with my little eye and overtaking opportunity. We'll see if he can get it here on this lap because he's certainly got the pace.
Definitely think that it's there to be found, and they're holding nose to tail right now. Jennings sitting in the hot seat here and really feeling the pressure right now as Paul Meese is working the way along there in that 297 kart, working to put the pressure down. Less than 3 minutes to go. Plenty of time for things to go right or things to go wrong, depending on your perspective. As the drivers come out of turn 2, gap is a little bit bigger now. There's a little bit more breathing room right now in that battle as Meese will continue to just put the pressure on Jennings, not going for the pass just yet, but keeping that pressure alive, looking at an alternate line, doing everything just right that when the opportunity presents itself, Meese can capitalize and make the move. There's no pressure from Hamilton behind. Tracy, Leahy, and Curry are not a factor either right now. This is just a case of you've got to keep the pressure alive, missing the bump down the hill into turn 12. Right now, Meese looking to really set it up. Needs to do so sooner rather than later as we are at the 2-minute warning.
2-minute warning here indeed as they go ahead and try to fight for these positions. Paul Meese now, he is going to look for the inside. This is a move several laps in the making, and that move is going to be done. Paul Meese into the lead of the KA Master, or sorry, yeah, actually I was right, KA Master and Supermaster Final here. So much action happening here today in this category in particular. I mean, these drivers, they have been around the block a few times, and they're going to go side by side almost into the grass there for Paul Meese. Damian Jennings looking to get a retake here, trying to find it, but look who else has joined the party now. Neil Hamilton, making this a three-way battle for the race lead. And we'll see who can hold on the best here. Is it going to be Hamilton? Is it going to be Meese? Is it going to be Jennings? We're going to see here as Neil Hamilton is going to try to line up the move. And we are not going to see it just yet. It is going to be one more lap to go, or actually 2 laps to go here. Next time to cross the line, the white flag will be out. And we are seeing some good racing here. But, almost. We almost saw Hamilton go through. And that was a good attempt there. A good look. But unfortunately, just didn't find what he was looking for.
That would have been a wild, wild moment to see, not coming to fruition. But the top 3, with less than 20 seconds plus a lap to go, are now battling it out. Very, very close for the win in the Master Supermaster. And all 3 of these drivers are the Supermasters, by the way. So make sure you remember that for them as they work their way through here to the outside. Jennings trying to take a peek on Meese. Not close enough for anything, but is definitely there and making the presence be known as they are nose to tail, bouncing in the seat, trying to do anything to find some momentum. As we come down to 1 lap to go, it is going to be a gap of half a second between each of these top 3 karts, half a second to close and then also pass in the last lap. It's not impossible. It's a big, big challenge, but it is doable. Plenty of pace for all of these drivers. Right now, gap continues to ebb and flow through the middle sector. Jennings trying to close in on Meese. You can see the tracks rubbered up. That's giving Meese a bit more grip coming through out of turn 7, heading down through 8, 9, 10 into 11, then up the hill and down. Just a little bit more of this lap to go for Paul Meese. Paul Meese, who has been such a strong driver today, has battled it through, has worked along, started 4th on the grid, and as of right now, holds the lead through 14 and 15. We go. This is a great moment here. That 297 has just the straightaway to go. Bounces in the seat, looks over the shoulder, tucks the helmet, doing everything possible to avoid getting past. And as they come across the line, it will be Paul Meese to win Supermasters. Damian Jennings second, Neil Hamilton in third. Greg Leahy will come across fourth, with Gerard Tracy in the 205 winning the KA Master category. Corey Curry will finish in second behind. We're going to take a step aside here at Kart Chaser. When we come back after the break, we move on to head towards the Mini Micros, Juniors, and Pro-Ams for their pre-finals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser Driver Fitness episode with me, Chris G. Today, I'm going to show you how to protect those ribs in the seat. We're doing core. Exercise number 1 is the bench leg raise. Controlled all the way down, full range of motion. Make sure you pick up that tailbone off the pad. Coming down, controlling. Great for the lower abdomen area and obliques. Floor slider mountain climbers, exercise number 2. Exercise number 3, the plate-loaded decline bench sit-up. I'll see you guys on the next episode of Chris G Coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Karts firing up here on track as we get ready for the Mini Micros to run through here. Our youngest categories of the weekend as they get set up to go. And again, as a reminder, Micro Swift ages 7 to 10, Mini ages 9 to 12. They get fired up to go here. And let's talk about how qualifying went. It was Min Lewis up in the front with Sam Hornish, Jackson Frank, and Kai Shipper. Your 4 minis running 1, 2, 3, 4. Griff Heeman and Brogan Wren, your 2 micros, back behind them in 5th and 6th place, respectively, as we wait on the karts to fire and get rolling here for their 8 minutes plus 1 lap of action to come momentarily. It's been an exciting day so far here from the Pro-Am Karting Championship here at MCC. It's myself, Brad, joined by Patrick. Patrick, I tell you what, it's been a great day so far. It's beautiful weather. It's a little windy, I'll say, looking at the trees. Maybe a little more than a little windy. It's a lot of windy, but at the same time, beautiful weather, nice and sunny. No rain here today. Storms coming overnight, though, potentially. And, well, if it doesn't affect us today, I'm not too worried about it. I don't know about you.
Yeah, no, I mean, the rain did come through yesterday. I know that was a bit of a topic of discussion as the mini micro Swifts make their way onto the circuit. So I know rain came in overnight and kind of made this track a bit green earlier on, washing away a good amount of that rubber that was built up over the practice session yesterday. Practice, I heard, was even extended an hour to accommodate for the weather. So, but now the track is rubbered in, no rain on the schedule. It is going to remain in the 80s all throughout today, and rain is not expected until Tuesday, which, I mean, well, it's not going to affect us here unless somehow the weather is extremely, just gets fast forwarded a bit, but I don't think that's going to be the case here. The only thing that's going to be fast and forward are the karts here on track.
Oh, you've never heard of Kentucky, Ohio weather then. It does whatever it wants, whenever it wants, regardless of what the forecast says. So, yeah, that is the fun of things. All right, minis and micros are lined up here, and you see a little bit of a miscommunication on the back end of the grid between Heeman and Ren, trying to figure out where they need to be in terms of position. And you see here on track the very clear indication of here's the blue cones, here's the tram lines. Make sure you're in those. Make sure you wait to hear.
Ooh.
And green flag flies. We are going, but a little bit of that inside line stepped outside of the tram lines. I wonder if our race director, Seth Stridle, will review that and take a look, or if that'll be a no contest moment. Lewis Hornish battling it out. Big fight up in the front here for the lead, going down into turn number 4. That fight continues its way along and will not stop, but up front, we will have some shuffles along for position.
Now, these guys are going to fight it out tooth and nail, trying to do everything that they can to get these positions early on. I did notice that there was quite a few karts that did look to be a little bit over that line on the inside, so that will probably be under review from Seth. We haven't actually seen any tramline penalties today that I know of so far, so far so good on that front. Although I feel like we might see I just spoke that one into existence. Griff He-Man, cart number 5, under investigation, tramline infringement. So I spoke just a bit too soon. If you haven't spoken too soon before, you haven't been commentating long enough.
Just remember that was Patrick Coleman who made that comment. That was not me. That is where I'll leave that one. Up at the front, great battles continuing along. Jackson Frank able to work up in the lead here. Up from 3rd to 1st. Min Lewis down from 1st to 3rd. Sam Hornish able to maintain 2nd place so far. You have the 2 Burrell Arts sitting in 2nd and 3rd in the mini category, trying to work together here and find their momentum forward. We'll see, can they close that gap? And Kai Schipper is right on the back as well, looking to close the gap, looking to build some momentum. I would love to make it a 4-kart mini battle up in the front for them.
We'll see here. I mean, the karts may be mini, but the action is mega here as we continue to go along here. It looks like the kart in the front is checked out. Jackson Frank, it looks like he is checked out a bit. He is still the fastest kart on track with a 105.149, just about 6.5 tenths ahead of Sam Hornish. As he goes ahead and makes his way through here, we'll see who can go ahead and hold on. Yep, there's a penalty. 2-wheel tram line for Griff He-Man, the number 5 kart in the micro category. He will get a penalty, the first tramline penalty of the day.
And that is not going to be ideal at all for Griff. First tramline violation of the day. First real penalty that I think we've seen of the day as well, except for one qualifying DQ over fuel. So unfortunately for Griff, that will shuffle things up a bit going into the final, and we'll see how that gap builds. That gap, Griff is going to have to focus on building that gap up a bit. And if Griff can build that gap up a bit, that is going to be a big advantage for Griff, but that is easier said than done. 4 minutes, 40 seconds left to go. Top 3 separated by a whole lot of nothing right now as they go through the 142, the 111, the 133. currently all nose to tail. They are fighting their way into the middle part of the lap. And here we go. Let's watch the battle for the lead. Frank under pressure from Hornish and Lewis. Those two Burrell Arts have closed the gap up quite a bit, and they have managed to get themselves into a position to battle here. Into 8, 9, and 10 they go, and coming up the hill through 11, down the hill towards 12, is there a move to set up for Hornish? Hornish looking very good right on the back of Frank. Big run up the hill, down the hill we go. Here we go. The Burrell Art trying to dive to the inside. That is the 111 through. Can Frank defend from Lewis? Frank does hold off Lewis, and now Hornish up into the front. Sam Hornish, fastest card on track, able to go from second to first, trying to hold off the 142 down the front stretch. Will do so for now, and the TKG driver there in the Burrell Art will move up into first.
Very well done there, but it looks like the battling isn't done yet. It looks like Jackson Frank will retake the lead, and that is a very good overtake there to get back into the lead of this pre-final. And I mean, the thing is that these are the smallest karts out on the field, so they will have plenty of room to battle. Maneuvers are being made, overtakes are being attempted here. And the beauty of having a smaller vehicle is that you have so much opportunity you have a lot of real estate to really stick it into different places as well. You can really try to get some really good overtakes in some very unorthodox positions here. We'll see, and we'll see if somebody can get a good run here. Not quite as good of a run as Sam Hornish did the lap prior, but still very good consistency. Side by side for Hornish and Lewis as they battle it out here.
Sticking side by side here down into the front stretch, single file they are. You see the clear hand indication there coming from Lewis saying to Hornish, work with me here. Let's get up towards the front. Let's not let them go, and let's get into this battle and continue to push through. That is the big goal right now, is to make their way forward. Let's see how it ends up. Frank, Lewis, Hornish holding 1, 2, 3 at the moment. And down through the middle sector, they are holding through. The gap is right there, just a couple kart links separate, but it's enough right now to not need to worry about really any pressure yet. Here we go through 8, 9, 10 though. This is where that gap will accordion it. It expands through the first half of the lap. It contracts through the second half, and that's exactly what's happening here as Lewis is right on the back of Frank, not able to pass into turn number 12 here into the Barcelona sector, but heading through 13, 14, trying to defend. Big defense there, and that 133 of Lewis loses out momentum here. 90 seconds left to go, Patrick, and, well, it's a run down towards turn 1. Will there be a pass into turn 1? Frank defends the inside. I think that Jackson Frank knows that there's some pressure right now.
I 100% was expecting a attempt around the outside. I was about to lose my marbles if we saw Lewis there just trying to make a move around the outside. We know Lewis has been a very strong competitor here. He is the fastest kart on track with a 104.922, fastest lap here of the race so far. But he is going to try. He's got a very good run here. Very close to the back. He's all right. I thought he was about to go side by side through the S's, but if he can get a good run through here, he's going to close in the gap. Down the hill he goes. He's going to just tuck in, though. He's not going to try to make the move just yet, as there will be a white flag next time by coming through Barcelona. And we'll see if he can hold on here, as it is still the 142 of Jackson Frank ahead of Min Lewis, ahead of Sam Hornish. Your top 3 as they come across the line now. It'll be a white flag next time around. So we'll see who is going to win this one out. Is it going to be Hornish? Is it going to be Lewis? Is it going to be Frank? To be Frank? I'm not sure yet. But what I do know is that's a move for the lead, and that's going to be Min Lewis taking the lead here, but it's going to be a repass attempt here from Jackson Frank. We've seen a few moves being made into turn 7, but that is not going to be one of them. The number 133 of Min Lewis up into the lead.
Lewis, great battle here so far with Frank and Hornish. They're really showing their racecraft and showing the potential that these drivers have to make a career in karting or motorsports in general. They're doing great with the battle right now as they are in out of 13, heading, or 14, excuse me, heading towards 15 and 16 and down the main straight. We'll see how this plays out. White flag is out. 1 lap to go this time by. Final lap of action in the mini micro category. It's Lewis over Frank as they head through out of turn 2, hold nose to tail. Reminder here of the drivers that are fighting. You've got Min Lewis, who is currently up in the run. And Min Lewis, a driver that you should be familiar with, has tons of experience here at MCC and has managed to really make a name for themselves in the category of the minis as they go. Min Lewis and Sam Hornish, again, a reminder, tied in points. Frank in the 142. This is actually going to be Jackson Frank's first event here at MCC this season. So great to see Jackson Frank joining in. Down into turn 12. The gap there, a little bit too big for a send down the inside from Frank on Lewis. Hornish holding in third, not able to close in. Great battles between these three up in the front in the pre-final, but as they come across the line, it is going to be Sam Hornish out of 16 holding the run. Gap a little bit too big for a draft, but coming through, it will be Min Lewis who will win over Jackson Frank. Sam Hornish in third. Kai Shipper will finish out fourth in the mini category. Griff Heeman, a two-wheel tram line penalty will be assessed post-race with Brogan Wren in sixth. But that gap is 6 seconds as it sits right now. Where will that gap land in the end? And how will that play things through for them? Big thing to note in the mini category, with Min Lewis winning, that gives Min Lewis the points advantage right now on Sam Hornish, just by a little.
And it is still all to play for here in the championship in round 4. Once again, here are your results here of the Mini Micro Swifts pre-final. It is Min Lewis out of Jackson Frank, Sam Hornish, Kai Shipper, Griff Heeman, who does have that penalty that will be assessed post-race, and then Brogan Wren rounding out your Mini Micro Swift. Next up in a couple of minutes, it is the KA100 Juniors for our penultimate pre-final of the day.
And carts are rolling here for the penultimate pre-final of your Sunday, round number 4 of the Pro-Am Karting Championship here at the MCC of Cincinnati in Batavia, Ohio. Let's talk about this KA100 Junior pre-final as they roll. Homer Heeman up in the front with Robert Lash in second, Kai Park, Lila Beck, Caleb Tracy, Blake Martinez. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is the 3rd time that I have said Homer Heeman's name here today. So just make sure that you are aware of that, because we talked about it earlier during shifters. Homer Heeman, 3rd pre-final of the day, and it's like 1 session between each go. So for Homer Heeman, it's going to be tiring, but seems to have some good pace and momentum so far, especially in this KA junior category.
Yeah, we'll see if he can go ahead and continue that excellent pace here as he goes through and gets ready for his 3rd pre-final of the day. I know we talked about it a lot earlier, just the massive amount of respect for doing 3 categories in a single day. That's not easy for anyone. I don't care who you are. That's not an easy thing to do. The tram lines are going to go ahead and be formed up as we get ready to go. He will go ahead and point to the blue cones, and then they're going to press the loud pedal, and away we go here in the KA100 Junior Final. Our 6 gladiators are going to go ahead and get rocking and rolling, coming through turns 2 and 3. Very nicely done. They're going to go ahead and hold that single file formation as it comes through. Some moves are being made. Drivers are trying to find these positions very early on, and we're going to go ahead and just see how the rest of this field shakes up. And it's a good opening lap so far as they make their way through the S's, coming through turns 8, 9, 10, now turn 11. Going up and down the hill. And this is a good run so far as the first lap is about to be completed.
First lap finished up here through once they exit the final 2 corners, and it will be a strong charge here up at the front for Homer Heeman to be holding on to the lead. Homer Heeman, Robert Lash, Kai Park, Lila Beck, Caleb Tracy, and Blake Martinez. Your 6 carts right now running in the line how they started. I don't think that'll stay that way for long here. These KA juniors tend to be very, very competitive, but they are wise. And what does being wise get you? The knowledge to know to breathe for a little bit and let this build. Let this be calm. Let this move through. That is really what we're going to see out of these 6 carts. You've got Park and Beck, who are having a pretty good little battle here in the 828 and the 11. That is 3rd and 4th. That is both of those Burrell Art carts that are battling through. In 3rd and 4th, you see the multicolored purple helmet and then the white helmet behind. They are in the battle for P3 right now. They are not far off on the mix from the top 2. And it's a strong decision right now on whether you work together or whether you battle it out much more competitively. And right now, the name of the game seems to be working together for 3rd and 4th place. But Patrick, you and me know at some point, they stop working together, they start battling, and that will let the top 2 get away.
I would say it's almost like it's less about teamwork and a little bit of a temporary truce. Like, hey, we're going to want to pass each other later. We're going to want to fight each other to try to get on this podium later. But first, let's try to catch up to these guys here to make things a bit more interesting. So they're going to put the differences aside for a little bit. But then as soon as they've reached their goals, the gloves will, well, they'll stay on because you need it for safety reasons, but the metaphorical gloves will come off and they will scrap it out for positions like there is no tomorrow. They'll fight like it is the final here. So they're going to go ahead and make their way to the line. Are we going to see any overtake attempts? Not quite. It is going to be Robert Lash still holding on, as I believe Lila Beck gets a move. Warning, tramline infringement for Homer Heeman this time. It is a warning, tramline 2-wheel warning for the number 843. So, whew. Second one And I believe the last one was also for He-Man, but I think it was Griff He-Man that got the last tramline violation. So I don't want to say it runs in the family, but that's the picture that has been painted right now.
Certainly what it seems like it might be right now. As he said, Kai Park also gets a warning. Lila Beck with a warning for pushing on the start. They are not done giving out penalties. Race director Seth Stridle pretty busy right now. So that is an interesting moment to find yourself in as these carts continue to push through. Kai Park also warning, pushing on the start. So tons of warnings in this KA Junior pre-final being given out. And that tells me something right now, that it is a big battle that is going to continue all the way up and down for these carts as they go through. Homer Heeman currently leads Lash by 0.05 seconds when they cross the line. That gap continuing to close in a little bit, and Heeman actually has been passed by Lash. So Homer Heeman sitting in second while Robert Lash up in the front. Those warnings going out for Lila Beck and Kai Park for the pushing and tramline, and Homer Heeman with a warning for tramline violation. Tons of great battling happening up and down this KA Junior field with 3 minutes left to go.
Yeah, these KA Juniors really love to put on a good battle, huh? It is so much fun to watch these guys go ahead and give it a go as they make their way through. Here's a move for the lead. And then it's going to be Horner He-Man retaking the lead from Robert Lash. And that is P1 again for the 8-4-3 with that green helmet there. And we'll see if he can continue on that pace. He's going to go ahead and try to hold on here. You're getting a pretty good exit there as they make their way through turn 7. Seems like he was able to pull away just a smidge as they continue on. I think it might have been not even a tenth or two of a difference there, gained or lost, as they continue to fight their way through. A little bit of bumps coming on the downhill, coming into Barcelona, and we will see if they can go ahead and hold on here. It looks like He-Man is going to go ahead and hold on to that race lead with about 2 minutes to go. Fastest car on track at the moment is Robert Lash with a 1 minute .722. Still is the case at this stage, but only about 3/10 separating them. So it'll be about 2 laps before the final lap here. So roughly about 3 laps to go here in our penultimate final of the day. And the action has not simmered down one bit here, Brad.
It is not at all, and I am absolutely enjoying it for them as they push through. 1:20 to go out of 8, 9, 10. Heeman over Lash right now, holding about that quarter of a second gap, expanding a little bit, in fact, I would say, between Heeman, Lash, and Beck. Beck not far out of the party either for these KA Juniors. 60 seconds to go. They'll cross the line. It should be this lap plus one more because their lap times are right at 60 seconds, 61 seconds a lap. And they'll cross the line here. 2 laps to go. This one plus one more is where we are at in that gap. Half a second between Heeman and Lash. Heeman able to build up some great momentum, but now needs to hold it for 2 laps. That's one of the harder things to do when you're in the front and you start to pull a bit of a gap like that, is maintain that gap. That can be very, very hard to do. Right now for Heeman, it looks like the accordion effect is not in the swing.
Yeah, it seems like he's able just to keep that consistent. So giving him a little bit of breathing room, even if it's just barely any, but he is still holding on here quite nicely, as it just seems like nobody was able to get enough momentum to really push for a move on to Horner He-Man here as they make their way through Barcelona, trying to go in and get a good run here. A little bit of a wheel dip into the grass for the 843 and for the 11 cart. So we'll see now. They're going to make their way through. White flag is out. Final lap here in our penultimate pre-final of the night. And we're going to see who's going to go ahead and hold this one out. And is it going to be He-Man? Is it going to be Lash? We'll see who is going to go ahead and reign supreme here on the day. And it looks like He-Man, despite the fact he's already competed in 2 classes prior, it seems like he is currently the KA Junior to beat.
Leading up by about half a second going through. That gap is closing, though, coming up the hill through 11, down the hill through 12. A quick glimpse over the shoulder, a big ram of the bumps there, and Lash able to close in a bit here. Robert Lash trying to do everything possible through 14 into 15 and 16, sliding the cart here. Bit of a bad exit there out of 14, and the cart sliding a little bit out of control. That'll give Heeman a good run down the front stretch. Helmet tucked. Heeman looks over the shoulder, tries to go for a run there from Lash, but Heeman able to win the K100 Junior Pre-Final with Robert Lash in second. Lila Beck will finish it up in third. Kai Park in fourth. Caleb Tracy and Blake Martinez. Your K100 Junior Pre-Final showing some fireworks here in the penultimate round of the week of the pre-final of the weekend. And that's going to leave us with one final left to go here, Patrick. This is going to be where things get the most wild if they haven't already. Any thoughts before we go to that?
You guys should definitely stick around to watch the KA Pro-Am pre-final, because it is going to be, it's probably going to be one of the most hyper-competitive classes we have here on the day. So that should be coming up at around at 2 p.m. So go to make sure you guys got your snacks, got your drinks, because it is going to be cinema.
And carts are fired up here for your final pre-final of the day. And this is the one that the whole championship is named on, so you know it's going to be good. It's KA100 Pro-Am, also known as KA100 Senior. But we call them Pro-Am here because this is the Pro-Am Karting Championship. So let's see how they settle in here. Let's talk about qualifying and how it went. Will Steele led Isaac Gardner with Shane Hambrick, Adler Klein, and Max Klein being your top 5. And out of that, those were the only drivers that broke the 60-second barrier here, Patrick. So when your top 5 are the only ones to break sub 60 seconds, you know that everyone behind has had to do something to find a way to challenge here into the final as we roll out of the pit lane.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one here. This is going to be probably one of the most stacked classes that you'll see here on the day. I think the second biggest class aside from the 206 Master and Super Master. So we start with a big class and we wrap things up here in the pre-finals with a big class indeed. So we've seen some excellent battles all throughout the day already. And I think this is just going to add to the collection of simply lovely racing action. Here's your grid. Will Steele ahead of Isaac Gardner, Shane Hambrick, Adler Klein, Max Klein, Michael Maker, Alejandro Gallego, Emerson Blatt, Larry Pegram, and Braden Heber rounding out your top 10 here as we get ready to form the tram lines going through the other drivers outside of the top 10. Ryan Miller, Marcus Batchin, Gavin Dagenhart, Caleb Cerrone, and Warner Angelsica is going to go ahead and round out your field here tonight of 15 karts here in the KA100 Pro-Am Pre-Finale. The final pre-final of the day. Drivers getting the tram lines, and we are going to get ready to go here very, very shortly.
Buckle it up here. 15 drivers ready to bring intensity for the next 8 minutes. And you see the very clear indication. Get in the tram lines. Remember the blue cone. That is the signals being given right now. Do not try to go early. And as we wait, we're waiting on green. And there's green. Green means go, and we're racing. And look at the carnage up at the front. Side by side we go. Up off the curb in second place there is Gardner. Gardner, Hambrick all battling it through. Side by side they go. Everyone works their way along. Brayton Heber dropping well down the order early on, though. Up front, though, Will Steele able to steal away the lead and hold on to it. Big dive down the inside from Adler Klein, trying to make a move through. And this is hard competition up in the front.
Yeah, there is no holds barred here. And oh, there's Braden Heber and another card off as well. I'm trying to see who that other card is. It's definitely Heber, and I'm trying to see who that other card is. I want to say, I'm trying to think of who that might have been. Yeah, we'll find out here in a moment. But yeah, that's definitely Braden Heber and one other card involved in that bunch, as the rest of the field will make their way on through. We'll see who that was here very momentarily as the field comes across the line for the first time. And it was Ryan Miller, I think. It's either Larry Pegram or Ryan Miller. It's one of those two. Actually, it was Larry Pegram. So Brady Heber and Larry Pegram, the two cards involved in that lap one incident here. Very unfortunate for those two very well-respected drivers.
Big moment there through turn number 4 makes a difference early on. You got to make sure you survive lap 1 in order to have a chance to win the race. Now here's something crazy to look at. Look at the Tony Kart there in the mix of the Burrell Arts. You just have a sea of red and then one green trying to go through. It's like it's Christmas, but someone very heavy on the favorite color of red as the karts work their way down the front straightaway. And up front, Will Steele, Gardner, Hambrick, Adler Klein over Max Klein now, 4th and 5th, as that 933 Tony Kart of Adler Klein is just working to move up the field as quickly as possible. Steele pulling out about a half second, 7/10 of a second gap over through Isaac Gardner, picking up a warning for tram lines though, the 928. And that we saw at the race start when the green came out, those wheels were just over on the white line, not in the white line. And sometimes that happens, Patrick, because they're looking over, they're trying to gauge when the leader goes, and they're not really trying to go off the green light. They're trying to gauge what the leader does and follow through, stay in that line, and carry that along. And sometimes you lose sight of in front of your kart because you're trying to drive forward while you're trying to turn your helmet, head, neck, guard, everything 90 degrees left, and you can just slightly drift through, which is what we saw right there at the start. But you have to be careful of it. Luckily, getting away with a warning. Penalty issue to the 938 of Ryan Miller for responsibility for that incident with Heber and Pegram as well. and that penalty should drop Ryan Miller down the order, I would say, going into the final. Up front, Isaac Gardner, fastest card on track right now, trying to close down to Will Steele. Shane Hambrick in third, trying to just close the gap to anyone.
Yeah, he's going to give it the old college try here as they make their way on through. And yeah, I mean, it is unfortunate for that incident that happened with Heber and Pengrum early on. As the drivers now make their way through, we'll see who can go ahead and get this move done. It's going to be a tight fight here. And we're already seeing cars get extremely close to each other here as they're trying to chase down Shane Hambrick for that final step of the podium. And it's going to be a bit of a train right behind him as they make their way through turn number 2. It is still really funny seeing that green in that massive sea of red. It's like seeing an old Jaguar in the midst of a bunch of Ferraris as they continue to go through. And that is going to be a tough battle here. He's doing good to hold the position, but that 912 is really looking extremely punchy here. And even though the names are very similar, I do not believe Max and Adler Klein are related. They have the same pronunciation, but a different spelling of the same surname. Funny how those names kind of work, as a bit of a wiggle there. Just coming through the Barcelona sector. And they are trying. They are giving nothing up here at this stage.
Lots of great battling up and down the field here. Alejandro Gallego able to get past Marcus Batchun up for position. Now they hold side by side through turn 2 again, swapping along here. That is the battle for P8, where we see that going through. Up in the front, everyone maintaining still, but still you have Gallagher, Batchun battling it out with Deeganhart and Sircone, all looking to find positions. And 3 of these 4 are teammates, by the way, here with TKG. Look at the very clear indication there from Gavin Deeganhart to Caleb Sircone behind. It's a very clear tap of the helmet and a full, I don't even want to call it a point. That was a karate chop forward. And look at the grip as we focus in through turn 13 and 14, where we have one wheel coming off side by side. You have Klein versus Klein battling it out. Hambrick versus Klein, not in the cards because Klein versus Klein of no relation, and it's going to be the Burrell Art getting past the Tony Kart there. Max Klein over Adler Klein, moving up for 4th place. Now, what's the plan? Your brother from another mother with a different spelling of the name? Are you going to challenge through, or are you going to sit and draft along? Because you have Michael Maker trying to make it up into the top 5.
Yeah, if they do this battling thing too long, I mean, you can argue about who's got the better spelling of Klein all day long, but I mean, it's going to mean not a whole lot if Matthew Maker just goes ahead and gets to, Michael Maker gets to both of them. So I mean, it's a tricky situation to find yourself in. You got a minute left to go in the final pre-final of the day here. And you want to score some good points here to kind of bolster your championship efforts here in round 4 of the MCC Pro-Am Karts Championship. So this is going to be a strong run here as we kind of just witness the action here coming through, making their way down into turn number 7. Coming on the exit of turn 6, going into 7 now as they make their way to the S's. And we'll see how they follow through. It's kind of tricky to follow through the S's. I mean, it's just tough because the S's they're not an easy sector of corners as we continue on here. It should be white flag at this time, but it's going to be very close there for Will Steele. That number 1 card just up the road ahead. And it is going to be a white flag by the time these drivers come on by. White flag, 1 to go. But it is Isaac Garner really trying to take the fight to Will Steele in that P1 position. Will he steal it away? We'll just find out.
Isaac Gardner, 0.3 of a second, the gap, crossing the line through Will Steele, sitting in the lead. Shane Hambrick, 2 seconds back. It is a 2-cart horse battle up in the front. Heading out through turn number 7 they go, holding nose to tail here. Gap closing in. The accordion effect is real here. The fishing line is cast. We're reeling them in. Can you get them close enough, though? Down the hill, there's a bit of a gap here between Steele and Gardner here for both of these teammates coming through in the Burrell Art carts. Well, they run the same cart. I'm not going to call them teammates, but they're running the same cart. And when you're up in the front, it kind of doesn't matter who your teammate is because you're battling for a win here. You can see the absolute sea behind Adler Klein as they go through, but up in the front, Will Steele will hold the lead and is going to win the Pro-Am Pre-Final here over Isaac Gardner. Hambrick in third, and somehow the Tony card of Adler Klein able to capitalize up, getting the fourth. Maker in fifth, Max Klein sixth, Emerson Blatt seventh, Alejandro Gallego in eighth, Gavin Deaconhart and Marcus Batchun will round out your top 10 here on the go. Ryan Miller, Caleb Sircone, Warner Angelica, Braden Heber, Larry Pegram, your 15 carts in the Pro-Am Pre-Final. Here's the good news, ladies and gentlemen. Your Pro-Am Pre-Finals are done. Here's the better news. Your finals are coming up here momentarily. We're going to step aside, and when we come back, it's time to do the finals action all over again here. 10 minutes plus 2 laps to round things out. Ready racing. What else can we ask for? We'll be back. Don't go anywhere here on Kart Chaser.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCarrot.com. At ShopPayCarrot.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want. Like MCC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at shop@kar.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tire data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Karting Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Karting Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
Another Kart Chaser Driver Fitness episode with me, Chris G. Today, I'm going to show you how to protect those ribs in the seat. We're doing core. Exercise number 1 is the bench leg raise. Controlled all the way down, full range of motion. Make sure you pick up that tailbone off the pad. Coming down, controlling. Great for the lower abdomen area and obliques. Floor slider mountain climbers, exercise number 2. Exercise number 3, the plate-loaded decline bench sit-up. I'll see you guys on the next episode of Chris G Coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free? kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
Well,
course.
dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayKara.com. At ShopPayKara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayKara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Ladies and gentlemen, trackside, at this time, please rise if able and remove your hats for the playing of our nation's national anthem. Thank you. Karts are on the grid. They are getting ready to fire up. We are prepping for finals here. Welcome to Kart Chaser, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for finals here from the ProAM Karting Challenge here at MCC KartPlex. It's myself, Brad Dalton, joined in by Patrick Coleman as we get ready to bring you finals action, ready racing this afternoon. 10 minutes plus 2 laps ready to go here as we fire up the first category, 206 Masters and Super Masters, sitting here in the staging area. We're less than 60 seconds away from action. Patrick, well, pre-finals were wild. Get ready for some wild finals. I don't have much else to say.
Yeah, this is going to be a fantastic run here. I mean, we've already seen some really good action from this 206 Master and Super Master category, and they're already coming to the track. And here is your grid to go ahead and get things rocking and rolling here on today. Mad Geist will start from the front of the field ahead of Evan McCorkadale, Matthew Lyda, Chris Gorman, Rene Moeller, Ryan Bradshaw, Adam Dietz, Aaron Reed, Neil Hamilton, Carson Noble, Scott Monsian, Dan Monsian, the two Monsians taking up P11 and P12, and then it is Matt Noble, Jeffrey Metter, Daryl Dillon, Larry Pike, and Mark Cirk, rounding out your 17 drivers here on the field, ready to give it a go in the first final of the day, and it is ready racing here. So as soon as one group gets ready, as soon as one race is done, the next group will go as soon as they're ready. Seeing some good camaraderie there. We're seeing a fist bump from the front too. Seeing fist bumps actually all throughout the field. We saw this actually earlier with Matt Geist and Evan McCorkadale in the pre-finals. So that's one of the things I love about grassroots motorsports is that, I mean, they may be fierce rivals on track, but they are probably some of the best of friends off of it.
Absolutely. It is going to be great to see how this plays through for these drivers as they get ready to roll. I will tell you right now, I am excited for this to go through. We'll see how McCorkadale is able to handle with guys. Lyda and Gorman able to go in their battle, and as they come down towards the tram lines, we saw a couple of tramline runs for a couple of classes in the pre-final. 10 minutes plus 2 laps to go here, and we'll see as they head down to the tram lines, the lights blinking on slow. The blue cone is where you can go. We're waiting on the green, and here it is. We are green flag racing for finals in 206 Master and Super Master. McCorkadale and Geist already battling it out side by side. Geist with the black and orange helmet. McCorkadale to the outside here. Can we get a sweeper on the outside for the lead? The answer is no. McCorkadale will hold second. Geist stays in the lead. Gorman holding on in third.
Very good run here indeed, as we're seeing some really good running here in the opening stages of the of the final here, the first final of the day. We're seeing some moves being happening here. Up the inside. Is that going to be 2 for the price of 1? It doesn't look like it, but oh, there's contact in the back. The number 23 cart getting involved with the number 2, I believe. So that's Dan Montian and Jeffrey Metter, I think, getting involved. And that's the number 3 of Neil Hamilton out of this race as well. So drama already in the first final of the day here, Brad. And we're just getting started.
That we are. It's crazy to see that happen through on the go so early, to see such a big moment happen, and that is multiple of your Supermaster category out. Matt Geist holding up in the front with Matthew Lyda in second. Evan McCorkadale will be in third place, holding on right now, trying to keep a challenge into the go. And this is going to be one of the moments where these drivers are going to have to start thinking about what they do and how they do it. This is not a case where you can just sort of willy-nilly full send things in. You've got to be in a position where you can really capitalize, and the drivers trying to do so here, trying to make the way along. And up in the top 3, it's still going to be nose to tail for them as they hold their way on the back, on the go. And McCorkadale in third. That is such an unusual place to be.
Yeah, he's gonna try to make some changes side by side between Geist and Lyda. And oh, look at this! It's gonna be two for the price of 1 for Evan McCorkadale. He'll get 1 at least. He'll get 1 on to Matthew Lyda. And there's another card off. That is the number 23 of Dan Monsian going off there. McCorkadale does get the pass officially done on to McCorkadale. Sorry, on to Lyda. As some drivers move down some positions. Larry Pike has just moved up 3 positions there on that last lap alone. So Dan Monsian just having a very rough final here, as there is a very disappointed Neil Hamilton just standing and watching as the rest of the karts run through.
Watching those karts run through, not going to be the best thing in the moment for him. And I mean, you have to feel in the Master Supermaster category whenever a moment like that does happen, you can't help but just feel for them as they move through. Up in the front, you have McCorkadale up to second, Lyda holding third, Gorman in fourth, and just continuing to see this battle along. And, well, Lyda looking to put a challenge on McCorkadale with Geist still leading here across the line this time. Top 4 very close together. I would say 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th are not that far off in the mix either. If these top 4 continue to have a good battle, that will allow this second group of 4 to start to close in as well. And if this second group of 4 closes in as well, I mean, then from that point on, you just kind of have one thing to another that will continue to snowball effect itself through.
Yeah, as there's a pass for the lead there. Evan McCorkadale almost going through wide at one stage, coming through turn 6 and 7. And now going to go ahead and get the lead here as they follow through. And I think actually Matt Geist has dropped down a handful of positions. That 531 card now sitting at P3, but look at this. Matthew Lyda going to try to send it to the inside in that almost Phoenix themed cart as they go through side by side. McCorkadale Lyda, or sorry, McCorkadale and, yeah, it's McCorkadale Lyda going side by side going through. And look at Geist. Geist has already reinserted himself into the picture. And he will jump up into second position again with Matthew Lyda just going to go ahead and tuck in behind Matt Geist. McCorkadale in the lead here with about 6 minutes to go on the clock. Actually, correction, 5 minutes to go on the clock here. It's going to be some good action here. Top 4 really putting on a mighty fine show here. I know we've talked a lot about McCorkadale, Geist, and Lyda, but Gorman is right there in the mix as well. Chris Gorman already right there and pretty much ready to pounce if somebody makes any form of mistake. The top 8 are kind of split into 2 perfect groups here. 2 perfect groups of 4 here. as these four are going to go ahead and try to fight for the lead here. And oh, there's one of the carts touching a little bit of grass and dropping a handful of positions, but look at that number 9. That black, yellow, and red number 9 cart holding on, jumping into P2 for Matthew Lyda. Very good stuff there as we get ready for the next lap with about 4 minutes to go.
Matthew Lyda moving through. You see a little bit of a peak there around to the outside. Lyda up into second. Geist third. McCorkadale in the lead with Gorman in fourth, holding on in this top 4. They stick nose to tail. That was, by the way, on your screen, Ryan Bradshaw out of turn 11 up the hill and down into turn 12 that we saw way off in the grass. A little bit of miscommunication there between Bradshaw, Reed, Noble, and Dietz about where the space was in that second grouping, and it caused Ryan Bradshaw to run well off the track. Top 4 as they sit. You've got 5th place as well, Adam Dietz. Watch out again for 5, 6, 7, and 8. They are not that far off of the mix for their go as they continue to put pressure. And again, Master Supermaster, you see them going through. Another driver well off in the background. And again, you have another miscommunication in the Master Supermasters mixing things up. And another driver out of 11 towards 12 all the way off in the hill. That is such an unusual place to see drivers go off, but that is what we're seeing here. And that was the 268 of Noble, who ended up all the way off on the run here, and we'll drop down the order. Meanwhile, up front, McCorkadale, Lyda, Geist, Gorman, they hold nose to tail. Patrick, it's a close battle between the top 4, and then 5th through 8th, well, it was close, and they've kind of started to spread themselves out as they go along here.
Yeah, the top 4 not separated by too much here, only about 0.6 of a second separating the top 4, but Chris Gorman actually being the quickest of the bunch. Fastest lap was a 109.212. Currently the fastest lap here of the final, as now they're going to go ahead and just snake their way on through the S's, coming through turn number 11. And are we going to see any overtake attempts here? Oh, here we go. Here's one. Matt Geist trying to get one on to Matthew Lyda. We'll see if the Poltergeist himself can go ahead and make a good move here. But look at this, I move for the lead, and it is going to be Matthew Lyda in the lead now. Can Matt Geist get up into P2? That is going to be the question at hand here. Oh, it is 3 wide coming into turn 2. This is sketchy stuff. They will break apart, but look at this. And we were saying that Chris Gorman was going to be driving to watch out for. He's going to try to fight his way up into second. He is currently the highest positioned Supermaster out of anybody here. He is mixing it up here, and we love some interclass battling.
That we do, and especially when it can result in potentially a Supermaster winning overall. That's always when things get interesting, is we see Matthew Lyda in the number 9 cart currently leading up in the front. I'm sure that our producer Emery Lyda is very, very excited about that at the moment, as Matthew Lyda is going to try to defend here down the inside. Matt Geist looking for a move, and Matthew not able to defend that. And watch out for McCorkadale, who Tony Hawks it off the curb, slides the inside of the curb, and isn't able to try to make a 2-for-1. Has to drop back down the order up front. Matthew Lyda still holding second place here. Matt Geist up in the front, able to make that clean pass into turn 12. You saw Evan McCorkadale try to follow. McCorkadale moving up into third over Gorman. And I think for Gorman, Gorman's kind of having a moment of, I don't want whatever this is in front of me. I'm okay running in fourth. I'm okay sitting in the back of this. I don't want to be mixed up in the chaos that's happening in front. I don't know that this is what I want. As we're less than 20 seconds to go on the timer, plus 2 laps here, Patrick. This top 4, they are not letting anything go. And here's what's crazy about this. The fastest cart of any of them is Chris Gorman in 4th place.
Yeah, Chris Gorman currently having the fastest lap out of anybody here so far in this race. And this is going to be a good scrap here. They've been putting on a fantastic show all day long in the pre-final, in the final, in qualifying. And is that a send? I thought that was about to be a send up the inside from McCorkadale, as Evan McCorkadale trying to go ahead and get past Matthew Lyda here for that P9, or sorry, for that P2 position, trying to get ahead of P9 as they make their way to. It is going to be 2 laps to go here as they cross the line, and this battle has not simmered down one bit. If anything, the temperature has only increased. 3 wide coming through turn 2. Oh, this is sketchy stuff. And then we got two packs making their way through, coming into turn 4. Oh, this is sketchy stuff here. And it is going to be Matt Geist losing 2 positions. He lost one to Gorman and another to Lida, who is now your race leader as they go through, coming through the S's as they get ready to take on their final lap. Honestly, I have better luck winning the lottery than trying to correctly predict who's going to win this one, Brad.
It's anyone's game right now. Lida defending to the inside, to the outside goes the 34 of Gorman. Then you have behind Geist and McCorkadale. McCorkadale trying to work a move to the inside there over Geist, able to do so into 13 and 14 as they head into the front straightaway, coming to the white flag. 1 lap to go, this time by 0.95 miles and 16 turns to decide this. Lida to the outside will drop 1 place down to Gorman, will drop a 2nd place to McCorkadale, dips a wheel off into the grass for just a moment, but is able to hold on to it. Lida now down to 3rd, and it's Gorman leading McCorkadale. Along with you have Geist in 4th, Lida 3rd. Coming through turn 4, heading towards 5. You see a bit of a shuffle there going from Geist. Geist trying to find a way to make a move. Will make the move over Lida. Lida now down into 4th. Up front, top 2 hold on. They are heading out towards 8, 9, and 10 now to head towards the downhill of 11 to go up and back down a hill to head towards turn 12. It is just 1 sector of track to go. Up the hill we lead right now. It is Gorman leading over McCorkadale. McCorkadale doesn't go for a move. Guy stays in position. McCorkadale leaning in, trying to cut to the inside through 14. Not able to capitalize. Goes one way, comes back through. Now it's a drag race to the line. The 19 to the inside, the 34 to the outside. Watch out for Lida, the 9 trying to make a move as well. Watch out for Guys trying to make a move as well. Squeeze one way, squeeze the other. Drag race across the line, and when they come across the line, it is going to be Chris Gorman who wins. Matt Geist in 2nd, McCorkadale and Lida, and behind them it's a drag race for 5th, Reed and Dietz, with Noble in 7th.
Wow. What a finish to that one there. It is Chris Gorman, a Supermaster, winning outright. And your results are as follows. Chris Gorman ahead of Matt Geist, Evan McCorkadale, Matthew Lida, Aaron Reed, Adam Dietz, and then Carson Noble, Ryan Bradshaw, Scott Monzian, and Matt Noble rounding out your top 10 here on the field here in our first final of the day. And then it's Rene Muller, Mark Cirk, Daryl Dillon, Larry Pike, Dan Monsian, Jeffrey Metter, and Neil Hamilton, who did not finish the race after contact in the opening stages of the race. We go from the oldest category to one of the youngest categories here. 206 juniors coming at you shortly.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Let's go race. Come on, man.
And karts are back on track here, and it is the 206 Junior final ready to roll. Our smallest category of the day, but not without their action still. 206 Juniors here. Homer Heeman, Kason Bathen, and Liam Richter, your three karts taking on this 10 minutes plus 2 laps of this circuit. Tell you what, MCC puts on some amazing racing. I still can't get over what we just witnessed here. And if you're just joining us, you just missed a absolutely amazing Master Supermaster final that absolutely produced some amazing racing here for them. And I gotta say, it really shows the absolute talent and skill all the way up and down the brackets that exist here at MCC. Going through here, Heeman will be on the left-hand side of your screen. It'll be the right hand when we cut cameras, in the green helmet in the Burrell Art kart. On the left-hand side will be Bathen, and Richter will be the third kart in line. Slow as the signal, down the tram lines we go. And we are green. We are racing up in the front, and it was a good jump from Kason Bathen to try to have a move there. We'll see if there's any switchbacks to be had into turn 1 as Homer Heeman has the advantageous position up in the front there. And Homer Heeman will hold the lead so far, but watch out for Kason Bathen. Kason Bathen will work to have a go, is going to do a good job so far, and will sit to the outside, swap around back to the inside. Is it a crossover? Not yet. Holding side by side, though. Will we see Homer Heeman lose the lead here through 8, 9, and 10? No is the answer. They go back single file through the twisty bits as they head up the hill to go back down. They are going to look over the shoulder here of Heeman, and top 3, only 3 on track, are going to hold nose to tail so far through turn 12.
A very good and very consistent run from these guys here as they go ahead and continue to just follow each other along, playing follow the leader, coming through Barcelona as they come across the start-finish line with about 8 minutes and 50 seconds to go on the clock. And I mean, you were talking earlier about, Brad, how this is a small but mighty field here in the 206 Juniors. We saw some really good action here. It was a really tight finish across the line in the pre-final earlier on, so I'm expecting a very similar level of competition from these guys. We know that Homer Heeman is competing in 2 other classes here today as well, so we'll see how that endurance, how the attrition stacks up here as they continue on. It is the number 43 still in the lead here so far, ahead of Kason Bathen and Liam Richter. Going ahead and continuing on here. No tramline violations this time around, which is always fantastic to see, as we know that has been a very, very strong topic, and I feel like I might have just commentated cursed the rest of the day here with that statement.
You probably did, but it's okay. I got to ask a big question here, Patrick, because I'm just curious. I want to get your perspective on it. I have my opinion, but I want to know yours. Is it more or less beneficial for Homer Heeman to be running 3 classes? And here's what I mean by this. Let's kind of think about it for a second, right? So, if Homer Heeman is running 3 separate classes, that is more time on track. That is more time for Homer Heeman to get acclimated with the track. More time for Homer Heeman to figure out racing lines, figure out racecraft, figure out what you're doing, right? That's all positive things. My concern when it comes down to it is that you're not just running a warm-up, a 5-minute quali, an 8-minute plus a lap pre-final, and a 10-minute plus 2-lap final. There is a physical cost that is paid for running that through. And you're doing all this in one day, but then you're running triple that. So you're running 15 minutes of qualifying. You're running 24 minutes plus 3 laps of pre-final. You're running 30 minutes plus 6 laps of final. My question is, are you losing that much in physicality that you may be gaining in racecraft? And the other concern is that you're doing that in 3 separate karts. He's running a KA, a shifter, and a 206. 3 different karts, 3 different styles of setup, 3 different expectations of driving. Is it good or worse for Homer Heeman to be running so many runs? I mean, he's very consistent, don't get me wrong. But by the end of the day, is there a concern for Homer Heeman to kind of watch your physicality? And is that what Homer Heeman is doing right now? The gap is half a second and maintaining to Kason Bathen. Kason looks like he's pushing. Homer looks like there's a little bit of reservation in there. So is Homer having to monitor and pace themselves to get through to the end of this day?
Now, you bring up some very valid points, Brad. He is getting a lot more track time. He's getting more experience with the circuit, which will definitely help him in future rounds. But also the exhaustion factor may be creeping in. Now, I think the biggest thing that kind of determines the answer to that, as we do see a move for the lead here, is going to be Kason Bathen trying to get the inside. And are we going to see the switchback? And no, not quite. The green cart into the lead. What I was going to say is, it depends on what you do in the free time in between. It's not like he's running all 3 of these classes back to back to back consecutively. He does have time in between classes. If he's staying hydrated, if he's staying properly fed, eating those granola bars, eating those healthy things that give you that natural energy, and not, I know we joke about slamming a Red Bull pre-race, but definitely don't do that. But if he's taking care of himself in between races, that exhaustion factor does get mitigated throughout the day.
And that is something that I think learning that at this younger category is very, very important. Being able to be in Homer Heeman's position and learn how to manage your energy levels to get through a weekend, get through a day of racing that is very, very competitive. That is important to do. Homer Heeman has been able to fend off Kason Bathen several times now, going through it multiple places of the circuit, has just been able to kind of just get enough going that even if the challenge is there, it's not getting past. And that is a great show of racecraft here from Homer Heeman. As we go down to 3 minutes, 45 seconds left to go, while Kason Bathen does have the fastest lap, what Kason has that helps with that is the draft here. And Kason is a driver that has a lot of experience and is quick and can be found to move forward here. The big thing for Kason at this point is it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass, it's a third to make that pass stick. And as we see right now for Kason, that third part is what seems to be the most challenging for the moment of Kason trying to get that pass through. But it's not impossible here at the moment. That is the other thing, is it's not impossible.
Yeah, no, it's most certainly not. And I mean, we've seen a lot of switchbacks here today. We've seen one pass kind of happen and then unhappen, essentially. One pass gets done and then the position immediately gets retaken back. And we've seen that pretty much in almost every category at least once throughout the day. So there's about little over 2.5 minutes before the final 2 laps here of the 206 Junior Final. It is going to be a very strong run between Homer He-Man and Kason Bathen as they continue to speed along here through the MCC KartPlex, coming through the S's. Now, I think some of that conservation that he did a little bit earlier is probably helping him out here in this first of 3 finals that he's doing. He's still got and actually just looking at the schedule, looking at the races that he does partake in, his next one is going to be the shifter and junior shifter category. There is 2 other finals in between those, so he will have plenty of time to rest, get hydrated, drink some Gatorade, Powerade, whatever your hydration, electrolyte beverage of choice is, before he gets into the shifters. And I think he has at least another 1 or 2 to his next class. I think, yeah, another 2, because he then jumps in for the KA 100 juniors.
Yeah, that's the good news there, is that bit of a gap is built in that helps out a little bit. And some of that was done in collaboration with the drivers from MCC. Drivers, originally there was a provisional schedule that was released, and then that schedule was modified and re-released to reorganize some of the class structure to allow drivers who are running multiple categories to have that space between sessions to run those multiple categories, because otherwise there would be some weird back-to-back and sprinting around situations that would have had to have happened. And thankfully, that is not the case here, and there is a bit of space. Let's talk a bit about Kason Bathen here and the experience for this 206 junior driver, as we are down to 45 seconds plus 2 laps to go down the front stretch. And here's the thing to know about Kason. Kason trying to go down the inside here on Homer Heeman. Homer Heeman, the pass happens here with 3 laps to go. And for Kason has not won here at MCC, has not won here at any of the Pro-Am rounds that have been ran in Karting last year and finished 11th out of 19 karts in the 206 junior category. Has ran at OVKA, has ran at the Buckeye Karting Series at G&J Kartway, ran Speed'em Fest last year and finished 12th out of 13, and has more experience than that going through as well. As of right now, has managed to overtake for the lead here, coming off a strong momentum year so far that includes winning at G&J Kartway back in March, having another good points run through March and April at G&J Kartway. This is the first time this season that we've seen Kason Bathen here at MCC, and as we go down the front stretch, 2 laps to go, Patrick. Right now, Kason is leading Homer Heeman. Homer Heeman right on the back, but 2 laps of defense, that's a strong ask.
Yeah, it's going to be much easier said than done here, especially because now we're probably going to see Homer Heeman at least push a little bit more, trying to go through. He wants to get this win. This is where the big points are in this 206 junior category. So he's going to try. He's looking like he was about to go side by side there, coming through turn 5 and 6. Now running into turn 7. He's still tucking in, still staying right behind here as they're about to go through the S's. But we'll see now how this run is. If you can get a good run through turn 11, then you're going to be in a really good spot. And it looks like he did get that good run. Is he going to try to run the outside? Good defensive positioning there for Kason Bathen. Very good defensive positioning indeed. And just Homer He-Man, he looks one way, he looks another. He just cannot find that positioning. But he will have one more dance, one more go here as they begin the final lap. It's going to be a shake for He-Man. Nothing yet. He shakes one way, he shakes another. Tries to make the switchback happen into turn 2. And he's got it. He's got to move up the inside. Does he touch grass? Not quite. And that is Homer He-Man in the lead here on the final lap of the 206 Junior Final.
No, he's got to defend it for 3/4 of a lap, though, from a very, very quick Kason Bathen. And this is where that is going to be the hard part here through the final lap. Out of turn 7 right now is sitting in a great position, heading towards 8, 9, and 10. Look over the right shoulder from Homer Heeman, sees where Kason's at, and is going to just run the racing line. Doesn't do anything unnecessary to defend. Now into the most opportune passing point, up the hill and down into 12. This is a traditional passing point. No attempt made from Kason Bathen here. Kason Bathen trying to run a bit wider, carry some more momentum out of 13 through 14. And for these two, over the shoulder, dip there of the helmet tucking in from the 612. But Homer Heeman running to the line against the steering wheel is going to defend it out wide. Will bring it back in. It's going to be close. They're going to come across the line, and it will be Homer Heeman who wins the 206 Junior Final here in round 4 of MCC. And Kason Bathen will be second by 0.124 of a second. Liam Richter will come across the line in third. 2 finals down here on the day. 7 more to go. Up next, it's 206 seniors to take on their 10 minutes plus 2 laps. Ready racing is my favorite thing, and why is that? Because as soon as they're ready, and we're racing. Yeah, I said ready racing is my favorite thing because they ready race. Listen, the word describes itself, okay? That's how it is. And we are rolling already. 206 senior pre-final here. 8 karts to take this on. And in the pre-final is Braden Heber overtaking Adler Klein and leading. Ace Rowland in third. Gavin Deeganhart in fourth. Tanner Gorman, Vince Krasuski, William Speck, Gage Butler. Your 8 karts that will be taking on this 10 minutes plus 2 laps here. And tell you what, if you're loving what you're seeing so far, but you just want the highlights, be sure to keep an eye on Kart Chaser social media. Give us a follow. You'll enjoy some of the things you see behind the scenes. Patrick, your thoughts before 206 senior final?
This is going to be a fantastic battle here. We've already had 2 fantastic finals with the Master, Super Masters, and Juniors. And I think as the seniors get ready to give it a go here, they're going to form the good old tram lines, and I think they're going to have a splendid time here as we go ahead and get lined up here. We'll see who's going to come out on top. This is going to be a fantastic run here as they will form into tram lines. A little bit of miscommunication, or actually more like just tire warming up from the number 88 kart. That is going to be William Specht here, as we're going to spectate a fantastic race here on today. They're going to form the tram lines. They cannot accelerate until that blue cone. And they're going to go ahead and get racing here. And it is a green flag. And away I think we're away. And no, I think we're doing tram lines again.
First false start of the day called. Not happy about how they were set up. So you see the sign flashing there, not green. You see the yellow lights are on through the sectors, and they will be sent back around. Not happy about the way they were in the tram lines and not willing to let them get going. Kind of surprised it's their first false start of the day. As we talked about before, our 206 cadets, knock on wood, took them 4 attempts to get their pre-final started last time out in the Battalion of Karts. And, well, for the 206 Senior. They bring us the first false start of the day, but sometimes you're just that excited to get racing. That's the thing. You're ready to go. You're ready to move. You're ready to groove. You're ready to do all of the things that you need to do to get this race along. Braden Heber making one little scratch of the chin there, or maybe adjusting that neck protector. Hard to say, but either way, moving the hand up there towards the helmet, chin area. And then to the outside is Adler Klein in the 33 there in the Tony Kart, ready to roll. Deeganhart rolling behind, Krasuski, Gorman, Specht, and Butler all ready to party it through. And, well, let's bring them back into the tram lines here. Let's get them load up, slowed up, and let's see what happens here as they roll through 15 and 16. And you see the slow sign is flashing. Mind those white lines. Make sure your tires are inside. You can see a little bit of drift here as we try to get ready to go. And green flag's out. We're racing here for the 206 Senior Final. And Adler Klein and Braden Heber very quickly going to get a battle along. Gavin Deeganhart trying to work the inside. Bit of a switch up there in the mid-pack. And Adler Klein able to defend the second place there. Braden Heber up in the front. And that is going to be everyone through turn 2 cleanly. Let's see if that stays the same through turn number 4. Dive to the inside for third place. Can it stick? The answer is going to be no. They hold side by side heading towards turn 7. Here we go, 6 into 7. They go back single file. You see the helmet tap and the hand forward, and that is a clear indication. Stop attacking me and let's get this move going. Adler Klein trying to put some pressure on Braden Heber early up in the front, Patrick.
Spectacular racing here in the opening stages of this final here, and they're going to go ahead and they're going to just collaborate. No fighting there, no attempt to defense, as that is going to be Klein back into the lead of the race here. Adler Klein retaking that lead away from Braden Heber as they're going to try to run away. We do see a little bit of a helmet tuck there from Ace Roland in that 888 cart, tucking the head in, getting ready to go. Is he going to go for a move, though? Is the question at stake here. And I believe that was a move done for P3 thing. Oh, no, it's still going to be Roland in that P3 spot, as Heber and Klein going to go ahead and continue to scrap it out here, coming all the way down into turn number 7. We'll see if they can hold on here. Who's going to try to make the most of the situation? Now, something to remember, you know, you can't win the race at this stage, so there'll be a lot of drivers just kind of waiting until the last moment to avoid a situation of pass and repass and pass and repass, and the cycle infinitely continuing as the number 85 of Vince Krasuski tries to get the move done onto Evan Deeganhart, but just not quite able to do so just yet. He gave it the good old college try, and just not quite, but this time he'll get the move done coming out of the final corner, and that is going to be Krasuski up into P4.
Great move there from Krasuski to move up there from Deeganhart. Gorman now sitting in the mix as well. And watch this, swap back around out of turn 2, holding the pressure. But when you come back into the right-hander of turn 3, it kind of all goes for moot there. And that settles things through. Big dive down the inside, though, into turn number 4. 85 going to lose 1 place. A little bit of contact there with Deeganhart. And Gorman almost loses 2 places as they come back around through turn number 7, heading down the front stretch, and a little bit of big contact there potentially. Almost looks like there was a little bit of damage there to the bodywork of one of those carts. But as they go down 11 up the hill through 12, look over the shoulder here from Heber. Klein up in the front. Roland has been rolling and trying to gain some positions here, and has been able to close that gap up into third to look for the top 2 here. And oh, side by side yet again we go. That's pushing Krasuski out wide. That was a big move there from Deeganhart to push Krasuski through. And there's Gorman in the 21 coming through. There's Specht in the 88 coming through. So everyone outside of the top 3 just absolute gloves off. That 4-cart group here in 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. They are not calming down, and I have a feeling we're about to see some fireworks here in these 4.
Oh, yeah. I think that's going to come to pass sooner rather than later, as we're seeing Krasuski going ahead and fighting it out to the nail as they are trying to do whatever they can to get these positions. This is where the big points are at, And now we see a beautiful 4-stack making her way through. And that's going to be Krzyzewski now, forced on the outside by, I believe that is the number 88. Yeah, that's the number 88 of William Specht. As they're going to try to fight their way through here. Going to be some tough battling here going down the hill. It is going to be the number 21 getting one done here. That is going to be none other than Tanner Gorman getting one onto Gavin Degenhardt here for that P4 position. A good overtake there, but look how close these guys are from P3 all the way down to P6. Just look how close they are. Battling it out. Clean and Heber checked out. Specht has dropped down into 7th. Krzyzewski up into 5th. Gorman's in 4th. But that position might not stay long as Krzyzewski and Degenhardt's going to go at it. Specht trying to fire it around the outside. Outside will become the inside here at the next corner. And things are really just getting super scrappy here. But we can see that the foot is being kept pinned. But that is still going to be the move done by William Specht onto Evan Degenhardt for that P6 position.
Absolutely great to see here how it's going along for everyone in this mix. That battle continuing its way along, and absolutely amazing to watch here as these drivers continue to fight their way forward here. Up in the front, it's still Klein and Heber and Roland going through, but 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, this is where the fireworks have really been shown in that 85 of Krzyzewski. Really looking to get past Gorman here. Here's your top 3 coming across the start-finish line with about 4 minutes left to go here for their run. And that is going to prove to be an important number here because Heber right now has been playing the patience, has not been looking to really have any sort of a moment on the go, and has just been sitting in being very, very patient, which has been very fun to watch, I'm not going to lie, and just see the patience from Heber of just trying to avoid any sort of big challenges, big moments, any sort of big incident, because the thing is, the more that Heber attacks Klein, the more Roland closes in, and all of a sudden it produces a challenge. It's a big cat and mouse game that you got to be a bit careful with here, and they're doing a great job of doing just that. So let's see as we head into the final 3 minutes how that plays out here. 3 minutes, 20 seconds left to go. Heber, Klein, Roland, 2nd, 1st, and 3rd heading down the front stretch. Look over the shoulder from 2nd, look over the shoulder from 1st. Roland not even looking over the shoulder because that's an 8-second gap back to the back here for them, and this is where the gloves start to come off.
Yeah, it's going to be about roughly the final 5 laps here of the session. Ace Roland having the fastest lap last time around with a 1 minute 8-second .029. So currently the AAA is the fastest kart on the track at the moment as they're going to make the run down into turn number 7. Come around the sweeping and left-hander here as they get ready to approach the S's. And we're going to have to see if Ace Roland has an ace up his sleeve this time. He didn't quite have one last time around. But does he have the ace up his sleeve this time around? As they make their way over the hill, he's going to, if he does have an ace up that sleeve, he's just going to tuck it in and save it until the absolutely perfect moment to do so, as the battle for P1 still rages on here, as Adler Klein still ahead of Braden Heber. And I said Braden Heber was going to be one of the drivers searching for redemption here this weekend. He had a tough time in round 3, but here in round 4, very good progress there from the number 8.
Great progress here being found. Less than 2 minutes to go. This is where Braden Heber is going to shine. This is where that patience is going to really start to pay off, and Adler Klein is going to start to really feel the pressure here. But Ace Roland has been very smart, been sitting in the back here, and will be ready to pounce when these two go side by side. Don't be surprised if that 888 just decides to randomly throw a move through, and somehow it capitalizes and sticks as the top 3 go up the hill through 11, down the hill towards 12. They all take the bump. They all look over the right shoulder. and down in less than 60 seconds to go through 12 and 13. Through 14, a little bit of a line difference there between Klein and Heber. Does that let Braden Heber get a run down the front stretch? Going to be right on the rear bumper. Is Braden Heber going to pull out here and go for a move? The answer right now is no. We're 3 laps to go this time by this lap plus 2 more after. And, well, Heber thought about a move into turn 2, doesn't take advantage of turn 2 to make the move, is again content, I think, for at least another lap to sit behind.
Yeah, he really doesn't need to make a move at this stage. He can honestly even wait till the last lap to lick the stamp and send it on through. So we'll see if that is what happens here. Right now, he is more than okay just to sit behind here and just kind of watch, analyze, and prepare to get the move here. Braden Heber is still trying to chase down, though. He wants to stay close enough to where he can make a move if he wants to, or if the opportunity arises, but he doesn't want to do anything hastily that could end this race before it really had a chance to, you know, come to fruition. As next time through, when they cross the line, it'll be 2 laps to go. Klein ahead of Heber, ahead of Roland, coming into the final lap of the 206 senior final here. So the penultimate 206 category. Ooh. And that is a cone being absolutely punted there by Roland. And oh boy, things are getting really dicey in the final 2.
Roland was trying to just get back in line there, and I think just cut through a little bit more aggressively than intended here. As Klein still leads Heber, Roland doesn't lose any momentum from that, by the way, but RIP the cone at the start-finish line. That is about all I got. Here we go to the outside. Roland tries to set up a move on Heber, tries to switch through, can't make the move. Heber looks over the shoulder. Roland trying to absolutely roll the way forward here and make a move on Klein, says, I'm not inclined to sit here and wait for the final lap. Going up the hill, down the hill, Heber swerves, misses the bump, but the 888 here of Roland, not close enough to make a move, is going to try to close in here, coming out of 13 into 14. Here we go through the right-hander of 14. Mind the exit, clean exit from all 3. Look at the lean there from Klein. Klein leans all the way forward, looks over the shoulder at Heber. 1 lap to go, white flag out. Heber goes to the inside, to the outside stays Roland, side by side. Klein and Heber, and Klein able to defend yet again from Heber. Roland just sitting in the back, closing the gap here, letting these 2 battle. Very, very smart there from the 888 of Ace Roland to say, okay, do that. Heber switch inside all the way to outside, sets up Klein to make a different line through 4. Now those 2 hold on, but look at what happened there with Heber trying to play the cheeky game. That lets Roland all the way in here. Coming through 7, now we go here. Roland holds the back. Klein and Heber, 1st and 2nd, and that's where they sit. Different lines again through 8, 9, 10, down the hill to 11, then up the hill and back down for 12. We go, and this is where Roland needs to really be in position. Look at the tuck there from Roland. Defense to the inside from Klein. Heber tries to outside, switch back to the inside, park the bus from Klein. Roland just trying to find a way through either way as these 2 battle here. Final lap, final corners. Down the inside goes Roland, side by side with Heber. Makes a great move up for 2nd. Will it stick? That lets Klein get a bit of breathing room here. Tucks out down, and down the straightaway we go. Heber's trying to find through. Roland not able to hold on. It's going to be Klein who wins your 206 senior final. Braden Heber able to overtake and hold on against Ace Roland. Look at Krasuski and Gorman, though, side by side for 4th and 5th across the line. And Gorman takes Krasuski for 4th, with Krasuski 0.036 beside Tanner Gorman. William Specht will be 6th, Gage Butler 7th, Gavin Deeganhart in 8th, and 206 senior final, Cinema.
Cinema indeed, as your results are on your screen at the moment. Adler Klein just ahead of Braden Heber, who just barely got Ace Roland to the line. Tanner Gorman and Vince Krasuski, another really close finish there for P4 and 5. And then it is William Specht, Gage Butler, and then Gavin Deeganhart rounding out your 8 karts here on the field. Next up, it is the 206 cadets. Whenever they are ready to rock and roll, we'll bring it right to you.
And carts are rolling on track, and let's shift gears here from the seniors to the cadets. 206 Cadet on track now for their 10-minute plus 2-lap final. And let's talk about how they're going to line up and how they're going to start. Harrison Bell will be first with Kai Schipper in second. Sam Hornish and Blake Martinez third and fourth. Wyatt Huntsbarger will hunt from P5 with Drew Schneider in sixth. Caden Tracy seventh. Carter Beard in eighth place. They had a really, really hard-fought pre-final there going along. Their pre-final was a lot of fun to watch, though, I have to be honest here. But Drew Schneider, of course, having that contact out of turn, I don't actually remember what turn Drew Schneider dropped down the order, but Drew Schneider will be starting sixth, and we'll see how that plays out for Drew Schneider through the run here. I want to tell you that Drew Schneider's contact was turn 2, which is a very unusual spot, but that indeed is where it was here as these 206 cadets snake their way through the final corners. You see the track marshal, very clear indicator of slow it down, whoa it up, and be ready to roll here as they'll come down into the start-finish line. They'll get set to go, and as they hit the line, you see the clear indication here of here's your tram lines, here's your cone. Remember all the rules here that we're doing as the carts are going to roll. We are green. We are racing here in 206 Cadets down into turn 1. Up in the front, Harrison Bell holds that line, and watch for Sam Hornish to make a move down the inside up into second place already with a great move along there from third to second.
Very good stuff there, and I think somebody went off. I feel like somebody went off. I feel like we have one more cart in that bunch, so I'm not sure what happened there, but it was a very good run there indeed. Yeah, there is a cart that had a bit of a moment. I believe that was Carter Beard who had that moment in that number 71 car. Yeah, there he is. Oh, is it mechanical issues? And actually, it might not
that
be.
That is a separate cart spinning. That was a separate spin through turn 7 there, actually. So 2 carts have been off early.
As we see here, they're just making their way coming into Barcelona. And this is going to be a good run here through Barcelona as they go ahead and make their way coming through. And it is going to be a tight run here as Schipper drops down to P3. Hornish in the lead, side by side coming into turn 1. And they will hold on for now, but look how tight the top 5 are. 5 carts super tight together as they continue to make their way coming through here. About 8.5 minutes to go, and action's already kicking off in the first minute and a half here, Brad. It is excellent to see what these 206 cadets bring each and every time they come on track.
And look at this pass for the lead down the inside. Attempt there from Bell to get past Hornish, not able to do so. And then you have Martinez who takes an alternate line, thought about capitalizing on that. Martinez, the blue suit, blue cart, blue and yellow helmet there. But look who is behind. That is going to be Schneider in the green there in that number 1 plated cart, your defending cadet champion, who is just sitting, patiently waiting in 5th. Looking for a move down the inside for the lead. Again, we have a swap-a-rooney. Bell over Hornish here. Able to capitalize, make the pass into turn 12 with a beautiful move to complete it through 13 for Hornish and Bell to swap positions there. And now it's Bell ahead of the TKG driver there of Hornish. But watch this. Pull back out of line here down the inside, and Schipper says, just ship me with you here down the inside. Swap back through up in the front, though, and these top 2 will swap positions yet again here, hold side by side. They continue to go one way, then the other way, back through, and Bell and Hornish are absolutely dueling it out here. Here's the thing for them to watch, though, as they do that, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, they're not really doing anything too crazy. They're playing the patience game right now. They're not looking to overly capitalize. They're not really doing anything too wild. They are just, they're there. So if anything happens between the top 2, all of a sudden, Schipper, Martinez, and Schneider are in a beautiful position.
Exactly that. They're just lying in wait, waiting for somebody to have an off, somebody to have contact, somebody to make a mistake. And we're going to see some good defensive position there from the 444 of Harrison Bell as they go along through here. It looked like Drew Schneider was thinking about a move on to Martinez there for P4. See if he can get the move done. Blake Martinez, though, was, until they all just crossed the line, the fastest kart on track. Now it is Drew Schneider, fastest kart on track. A 109.547 is now currently your best time to beat if you want that fastest lap credit. As they continue on, it is still 5 karts all fighting. Oh, and I thought they were about to do tramlines again for some reason, but no, they're just looking for moves. I mean, it's the 206 cadets. You know that they're going to be aggressive. You know that they're going to be punchy. You know they're going to be brave. And you know that if they see an opportunity, they will seize it. The ultimate opportunists here in the field is the 206 cadets.
That they are. They have a great fight and battle here for these drivers as they go through. It's so much fun to get to watch them and see how they go and just what sort of battle they can have, because it never stops in 206 Cadet. They always go one after another, and it's so much fun to enjoy. Up in the front, here we go, side by side, shuffle out to the outside, and Kai Shipper able to ship it up into second place now, up in the front. We hold on through, and, well, that's the first time we haven't seen Hornish and Bell 1 and 2 right now. That is an interesting place to find yourself if you're used to being in the top 2 and all of a sudden you're in third and you got people behind and ahead of you that are very much ready to pass you. It puts you in an interesting position here as they come out of turn 7 down into 8, 9, and 10. Again, we have just well, Justin Prince calls it the choo-choo train. I've heard it called a Congo line. I've heard it called the drafting train. It depends on your preference, but you've got a sea of karts. You've got the Hornet's Nest, nose to tail here. Up in the front, it is Hornish, then it is Shipper, it is Bell, it is Martinez, it is Schneider, your top 5 as they head into 13 through 14 and just trying to maintain position right now. Very hard to do. Here we go, Schneider. Thought about a move to the inside on Martinez, doesn't make the pass. The danger of being in the position of Schneider right now, you know that you want to be up in the front. Here we go, actually. Hold the thought, pass to the inside. Let's swap Aruski's first and third here. Martinez moving to the inside, goes up into third, drops back down into fourth, and a big moment there. That is going to be off goes Hornish. Hornish getting loose there and going off in turn 2, falls down the order here and is going to try to recover, but Hornish losing tons of momentum. That's the moment for Schneider to move up. I was going to say for Schneider, you have to wait for something to go wrong for everything to go right for you, and for Schneider, it does. Schneider now up 1 place. That puts Shipper in the lead.
Yeah, and that's going to put Sam Hornish down into P5. So that is not a spot you want to be in. It's going to be so hard to retake any of those positions here, let alone all 4 of them. If you want to try to get back in the lead, you got to do something exceptionally right, and everybody else has to do something exceptionally wrong here. You lost that momentum, and in these karts that really rely on getting good momentum to keep up the pace and try to line up moves, it's tough to rebuild that momentum, as it is going to be a very good run here. Side by side, though, Shipper did get the lead, but for how long is going to be the question. Is Harrison Bell sweeps on through. The bell is wrong. He is in the lead. And can we see even more positions change? Blake Martinez looking very punchy here as well, with that blue, white, and I think blue, white, and pink helmet, it looks like, at least from this distance, as he tries to make his way on through. The kart currently in P3. That blue kart, that light blue kart, trying to fight for position here with about 2.5 minutes left to go here on the day. And they are trying to get something to stick as they make their way downhill. Are we going to see any shakes from the move? The check over the shoulder there for Harrison Bell. And he is going to hold his position for now. About 2 minutes to go here as we come across. Harrison Bell, currently the quickest car on track. We'll see if that sticks as they get ready to cross the line. And we're seeing here, Blake Martinez goes for the move up the inside. And that is P2 for Blake Martinez.
Great move there from Blake Martinez to move up the order as these drivers are just absolutely fighting it out here in 206 Cadet. Blake Martinez, a driver that has tons of experience here, of course, was at Battaglia de Karts going through and passed Drew Schneider actually there for third place, and had some moments going through in the Sunday of Battaglia de Karts, had some contact through along fighting forward. Martinez and Sam Hornish, if you remember back to the pre-finals and the finals of last time, they didn't get along at all. It was a moment to watch, to say the least, going through. So we'll see here for Martinez. Can Blake Martinez move up the order here? Harrison Bell leading. We're coming up on lap traffic now of Caden Tracy. Caden Tracy pulls all the way to the right here and he's going through, but you see the slipstream being taken advantage of by the top 5 as they're 45 seconds plus 2 laps when they cross the line. So call it 3 to go here as they go along. Blake Martinez, a driver that has experience with the Indy Karting Challenge last year and Mini Swift and Sportsman category, won multiple times in that 206 category and had a great job of it there in IKC. This year, having a run here, has been finishing consistently around third for Blake Martinez. That win has been so close, you can almost taste it, but the thing is, if you can taste it, you got to get it here. Harrison Bell, a driver that has had some big experience as well, finished second at Newcastle Motorsports Park for KRA number 3 back on the 10th of May a week ago. This is one of those to watch all the way through as the shuffles are happening. Martinez drops down the order. You have some side-by-side battles through. Did I just commentator curse Blake Martinez is the question of the day.
It was going to happen at some point. It was your turn to give a commentator's curse at some point because I gave one earlier on today. So that one is on Brad. I can see him bowing from across the broadcast booth. And now we're going to see as they go ahead and continue on here. Racing 2 laps to go next time they come on by. So we'll see who can go ahead and hold on here. Is it going to be Bell? Is it going to be Shipper? Those are your top 2 at the moment, but look at this battle happening here. They're coming up on 2 lap traffic, and as Brad and I always say, traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. And traffic, once again, it's going to give a little bit of issue, and that is a punt if I've ever seen one. And traffic giveth a little bit of contact. Drew Schneider collided with, I believe, that was the
Carter Beard.
105. Oh no, that's the 71 of Carter Beard. So, oh boy, not ideal.
Well, that is
even more contact.
Well, Seth Stridle is going to probably take a look at that, I would imagine. That was a big moment there going through. And as we come to the white flag, 1 lap to go this time by. Last lap here, Blake Martinez trying to defend 3rd place on Sam Hornish. Who did I just talk about from 2 weeks ago? I talked about Blake Martinez. I talked about Sam Hornish. Up in the front, Bell and Shipper are going to try to sort out their position in 1st and 2nd, but Martinez is in 3rd. Hornish is in 4th, and let's see what happens between these two as they go along. But also, what will happen post-race with that contact? We'll keep you updated here throughout the broadcast if there is a decision before the end. Bell, Shipper, 1st and 2nd. Watch out for Bell here. Going along, holding the pace with Shipper there in 2nd, just behind. Looks over the shoulder, goes up the hill to come back down the hill. Defense to the inside from Bell. Bell trying to hold on here. 3rd, 4th, and 5th, though. Martinez, Hornish, Schneider, they are all nose to tail as well. Martinez, great defense to the inside there. Top 2 holding single file and coming through around the final corners. Bouncing the seat, look over the shoulder. For Harrison Bell, it's been hard fought. Started 1st, will finish 1st. That doesn't tell the whole story in any way. Harrison Bell will come across the line here for the 206 Cadet Final. And look at this drag race between Martinez and Hornish.
A very well run race there with a good amount of drama there. Just right at the end with Blake Martinez getting the fastest lap here at the end with the 1:08.844 as the remaining drivers will come across the line. Obviously that moment between Drew Schneider and Carter Beard still going to be, it's going to be looked at. I would be very surprised otherwise. Harrison Bell does win ahead of Kai Schipper, Blake Martinez rounding out your podium. And then it is Sam Hornish, Drew Schneider, Wyatt Huntsbarger, and then Caden Tracy and Carter Beard rounding out the 8 drivers. And then, for one last time here on today, we're going to shift gears to the shifter category coming up soon on Kart Chaser.
And rolling onto track is now your shifter category as they get ready to go here for their 10 minutes plus 2 laps in the only category that has gears. But you know what? Drop a gear and disappear is what they say, and I'm curious to see who can do that. This marks halfway through our finals on the go, and let's talk about that starting lineup. Riley Pegram, Fred Robertson first and second, Doug Duff in third, Kyle Foe in fourth place, Homer Heeman in fifth, Kai Park in sixth, Robert Lash, Tyler Abel, Drake Williamson, Brian Decker round out your top 10, and Jeff Carroll is signed up. Did not start the pre-final. We'll see if Jeff Carroll runs in the final here today in the 522 kart as they go through. Here's the key for shifter. I'm going to give y'all a secretive secret right now. What is the key to have a good run in the shifter category? Have a good start. Get off the grid. Don't stall on the go. That is the key, and it is easier said than done.
Yeah, I mean, we actually saw somebody stall out the start in the pre-final, so we'll see if that happens again. Hopefully not, because that is probably a terrifying feeling. Regardless, or even if you're in the back where there's nobody really behind you, but especially if you're close to the front and you stall, you got a bunch of carts running straight at you. That is definitely a heart attack in the making. I know when we do grid starts at the K I work at, sometimes if somebody's cart doesn't start, then it's a bit terrifying. So you definitely do not want to be stationary when carts are zipping by you. As we go to get going here, we're gonna go ahead. No rolling start this time around, and it is gonna be, we're gonna line them up in tram lines, but it is a grid start this time around. So they're going to go ahead and make their way through Barcelona sector. And then they're going to go ahead and get into formation. And they're going to go ahead and line up here. We'll see if we have 11 carts. Doesn't look like we do, unfortunately. The 522, unfortunately, not on circuit. They're going to go ahead and get into their grid boxes here, as they go ahead and get ready to send this one away. And okay, something is happening with one of those carts. I'm seeing motions here from the steward, and oh, it is going around one more time.
Looks like a couple of carts did not get fired off there and going, so we are going to send this back around one more time. Looks like 2 carts actually did not get up and going, so we are going to send this up and going yet again. So that is not ideal at all. And all carts back up and going, so they'll do one more lap around, then they will set up into the tram lines and try to go. That is going to be the big key here for the drivers, is they take advantage of this out and around here. And you can see they're not really going super fast. They are very much just being nice and patient here at the moment. They're not looking at anything too, nobody's really trying to just rush around, do anything crazy here. They are all slow. And one cart off. That's one of the TKG Barrel carts off there. That was the 28 of Park. I don't know what Kai Park was doing off in the grass, but you're driving a go-kart, not a lawnmower. I might be driving a lawnmower this afternoon, though. So I guess I'll take that as an example of what needs to be done whenever I mow the yard.
I'm sure somebody's made the pun of where you can't park there, sir, for Kai Park. We'll see. We'll see if he's able to go ahead and get it parked in the grid box as we get ready to go here for the only final that has a grid start this time around, the shifter and junior shifter category. And this is going to be a good start here. And we are going to go ahead and get the signal. And it is lights out and away we go here in Cincinnati. And there's already drama at the get-go. Things are already kicking off here. And some cars just did not get off the line. And drama already unfolding as the light went out.
And what a jump from Kyle Foe there in fourth place to jump already up near the front into second. Absolutely amazing getaway. Had to swerve to avoid hitting the back of Fred Robertson there, but was able to get away beautifully, move up the order, and is now sitting in second place, looking to try to make a challenge here early on. Riley Pegram, though, with a great getaway up going through. Already everything mixed up. We'll get a reset of where everyone's at in a second, but just that grid start alone almost had me out of my seat and yelling here. Going across the line here to kick off the end of lap number 1. It is Pegram in the lead still, and we come across here. Reset your order. Foe, Duff, Robertson, Heeman, Park, Abel, Lash, Williamson, and Brian Decker, your 10 carts that will lead things through. But Kyle Foe, what a move to get to second.
A very good launch indeed, and you said it first, Brad. You got to get a good launch to make the most out of these shifter and junior shifter races, and a good start did he get. A beautiful, beautiful start there from the number 29, and he has done excellent here. We'll see if he can catch up to Riley Pegram, which Riley Pegram has been dominant all afternoon, just really in control of this field already. About 3 seconds ahead of the number 29. Just beautiful stuff here. A 55.476 is now the best time to beat. And this is excellent, excellent stuff here. It's why we love this shifter category. There is such a high skill ceiling when it comes to this. And right now, the Michelin Pilot Challenge driver doing very good to set the pace very early on.
Riley Pegram showing some great pace here, going through, continuing to just move ahead and hold on here. Mid-Ohio made as well to note here for that number 72, just carrying the pace all the way ahead and through. And, well, this is where the challenge really comes in shifter. When you end up with drivers who are ridiculously fast running in shifter carts, you got to be able to challenge, which is very much easier said than done. So when you end up in that position, I mean, what do you do other than just, I don't know, like there's not a good answer for how you challenge along whenever you have a driver of that caliber ahead. It feels really good to even just be on the track with them and trying to race through. So this is one of those to watch and just wait and see. And I mean, it's also just a reminder of how big karting is. Whenever there is some off time or some cases through, you'll have drivers like Riley Pegram show up. Riley Pegram ran at Vegas if the SCUSA Supernats ran for TKG in that number 72 kart, had a grand old time of it back in November. So, I mean, this is just a reminder of how great karting is going through, is the fact that you have a driver like Riley Pegram that is here racing currently and going through, and the fact that, you know, could be doing so many things, but is here karting at MCC.
I mean, to be fair, to give giving credit to Riley there, I mean, if I had the opportunity to come compete at a fantastic circuit, at a fantastic venue like this, in a fantastic championship like this, then I would definitely jump at the opportunity to do something like this. I mean, this track looks like it's an absolute blast to drive at, and I'm sure that everybody who is racing here is having quite the blast as Decker gets past He-Man for position, and that is going to be for P10. Riley Pegram still setting exceptionally quick laps. A 54.860 is now the time to beat in terms of the fastest lap. That is incredible. Her fastest lap, mind you, is almost 4 seconds quicker than Kyle Fogg's lap. And his best lap is a 58.098. That is the closest person in terms of one lap pace. Crazy stuff from the Honda TCR driver.
Absolutely amazing pace to see here from everyone as they go. I mean, this reminds me again back of not that long ago whenever we were here 2 weeks ago. We talked about it in round 3 of Shifter. Back then it was Kyle Drysdale. And right now, well, it's Riley Pegram, but Kyle Drysdale had a lot of pace as well. So if you think about that, I mean, no surprise here to see when you have drivers that have experience in Supernats and all over the place showing up in racing, you'll see some great, great runs and some exceptional talent. And it's a reminder that the grassroots is where it all starts. This is the category where all of your, well, not the category, but this is the style of racing where it all starts. This is where things really, really do build. You start out here on the go, and from there you just continue to improve, and you try to find more, and you try to go further, and you try to do more, and continue to fight, and this is where it all culminates in. So, with that being said, this is just what you have to continue to build towards, and every once in a while you just drop back down because you remind yourself where it all started here, especially when you're a homegrown talent here like the driver up in front. Kyle Foe and Doug Deff, by the way, sitting second and third. They are currently separated by a second and a half. They have 1.2 seconds behind to Fred Robertson. And then you still have battles up and down the go for everyone. Homer Heeman, currently sitting in last place, down 3 laps, actually is no longer running. The 543 has retired off of track here as we're down to 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go. So unfortunately for Homer here, this Shifter Junior category not going nearly as well for him as he would have wanted. That puts Kai Park in the lead at the moment in the number 28, in 5th place overall, leading Shifter Junior.
Yeah, it's unfortunate there for He-Man, because he's actually done really well for himself here in these classes. I mean, this has been a pretty particularly strong class. He is actually in the last 2 events here, and actually this is going to be the first time here in the MCC Pro-Am Kart Championship of 2026 that he did not win in the junior shifter category. He won at the Batella de Cards Day 1 and 2 and in the season opener back in April in this category. So this will be the first time this season that he did not win in this category. So I know that's very heartbreaking there for the 543. But he does still have 1 more category to run here on the day. So he'll at least get a shot of redemption here as we are down to the final minute and a half here before the final 2 laps are given to us. and it is going to be a fun battle here between Doug Duff and Fred Robertson, as the number 29 kart is going to continue on, and that is Kyle Foe, as he is going to continue on here. 25 seconds away from Riley Pegram. I mean, the Honda TCR driver is just doing absolute work.
It's so impressive to see that gap building up here as we continue through less than 60 seconds plus 2 laps to go for the drivers here in the shifter category to continue to challenge, and that is where things are going to get very, very, very competitive all the way along here for Riley. Riley holding up in the front here, but you still have Kyle Foe, Doug Duff, and Robertson who are continuing to battle. And Kyle Foe, I can't get over that race start from Kyle, because Kyle had such a good start and was able to jump all the way up into second right off the go. Again, I don't know how, but just able to do such an amazing job of moving forward. And you got to say it was an impressive race start. I said it at the go that the race start is what made all the difference. And well, point proven here as Doug Duff is chasing down Kyle Foe, and we'll see if there is any defense to be had at this point through the run here into the end, because Doug Duff and Fred Robertson might start battling it out as well. The gap was 0.6 of a second between them last time through, and yeah, this gives you an idea of just how big those gaps are building. As time is done, we are 2 laps to go.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how that battle just tends to play out between the number 29 and the number 100 of Kyle Foe and Doug Duff, respectively, as they continue to race on here. It'll be 2 laps once Riley Pegram does cross the line. And we're going to see here as karts are making their way on through, just trying to battle it out for these positions, trying to get a good result here in the only category with a standing start, the halfway mark here of our day here in the finals. And it is going to be, next up we have the K100 Master and Super Masters, followed by Mini Micro, and then KA Juniors and KA Pro-Am. So they have all had we got some really good races here. They had some good pre-finals, and then the finals are going to be up next, as it is now down to the final lap here of the day. Kyle Foe now is still being chased down by Duff here, by Doug Duff and Fred Robertson trying to fight it out. Kai Park has a pretty good gap here in the juniors and the junior shifters here. So once again, it is good running here. Over 30 seconds of a gap to Riley Pegram, as Riley now is making her way through the final couple of corners. Just coming through the Barcelona sector for one last time here. And it is going to be the strongest win of the day here. Riley Pegram wins the Pro and Junior Shifter category by over 30 plus seconds. That is the biggest margin of the day. Kai Park will win in the Junior Shifter category. The first time it was not Homer He-Man winning here in the category. Robert Lausch does get past Tyler Abel for P6 overall. Training spots for P6 and 7 as they continue on here. But the battle for P4, the start for P3 is not done yet, as it's going to be Kyle Foe and Doug Duff coming across the line. And then that is going to be the halfway point here of the finals. And it's been a very good run here so far, but we still have 4 more finals left to go here on the day. And boy, oh boy, are those going to be some good races to look forward to. It is the K100 Master and Super Master coming at you next.
Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here. KA 100 Masters and Super Master Final ready to roll. And let's talk about how they're going to start. Paul Meese, Damian Jennings, Neil Hamilton, Greg Leahy, Gerard Tracy, and Corey Curry. The last two are your only Masters, and the other four are Super Masters here in the KA 100 category here with the IME package. Get ready to see how they run as they go through. And, well, this is going to be an exciting one to stick along with. Hope everyone's enjoying their Sunday so far here on Kart Chaser. It's myself, Brad Dalton, joined by Patrick Coleman to bring this action to you live in 10 minutes plus 2 laps here for the finals to finish things up. Waiting on the green to come through. Waiting. We wait. We wait a little bit more. And the green flag is out. We are now racing in the KA Master, Super Master, and already up front we see some great action going through up on the front end. And, well, continue the battles all the way through already out of turn 2, and drivers settling into a rhythm here early, Patrick.
Indeed, they are. And, I mean, in the early stages, that's kind of what you need to do, really, is you just need to kind of find your groove, settle into that rhythm, and then just kind of just vibe essentially until it's time to really just push and just go for it. Because you're not going to win on the first lap, you know, and that's kind of a thing in any motorsport unless you join a one-shot motorsport series, which would be kind of fun. I know some series do a one-shot qualifier, but you really got to just try to survive. Attrition is a word we used a bit earlier on. So you need to go ahead and continue to stay consistent, stay in those positions, and try to hold on until that final white and checkered flag comes out. But really just staying in your groove, keeping your flow going, keeping that even flow. And that is exactly how you are going to win here. Paul Meese, currently fastest driver on the track with a 104.786. Very nicely done there from the number 297 as we continue along here. It looks like Corey Curry has fallen a little bit back in the KA Masters category, himself and Gerard Tracy being the only two in that category. As we continue through, we actually saw a really good race here earlier on in the pre-finals. So, oh, there's a move for P3. It is going to be Leahy and Hamilton fighting it out here. And is Hamilton going to go for the retake? Not quite. Greg Leahy getting the move done up into the podium spots now. As it looks like Hamilton's going to be under even more pressure from Gerard Tracy.
Greg Leahy able to get that move up into P3, a driver with lots of good experience here as well. Ran last year here around the track and, well, of course, is in the Supermaster category. And, Patrick, that's one of the things we got to talk about with Supermasters. The fact that if you're in the Supermasters, you are older than 50 years old. So if you are above age 50 here in the Pro-Am Karting Championship, you can run in a Supermaster category. And what does that mean? Well, that means that you're over the age of 50. And that means that you are a driver that typically has tons of experience. And, well, I don't know any other way to phrase that other than you are a driver with a lot of experience going through. And Greg Leahy here is a driver that, well, has a lot of experience through and definitely knows what he is doing on the go anytime a race is involved. So just keep an eye there on Greg Leahy and see where that will go, because Greg Leahy has ran in X30 Supermasters, has ran in KA 100 Supermaster Masters, ran, I mean, you can just look, there's years upon years upon years of experience there for Greg Leahy running through. And, well, for those of you who don't know, when Greg Leahy isn't racing at the track, Greg Leahy is actually a wealth management advisor. So just a fun fact about things that some of these drivers can do whenever they are not on track. They have a good old time. And that is the thing with this Master Supermaster category, Patrick. These are drivers that have careers beyond just racing sometimes. Sometimes they're doing things that involve a lot more than racing. And, well, in Greg Leahy's case, to quote him, it is a case of, well, he spends his days improving people's lives.
Well, there you go. We always need a good amount of that in the world. And something I just want to note, with this class being 50 and up, that means you can race here in about a year or two, Brad.
Hey, now, I'm not that old.
All jokes aside, yeah, it's really awesome what these drivers are able to do. I mean, like you said, they have a ton of experience under their belt. This is definitely not their first rodeo here. Maybe at this particular circuit, but when it comes to racing, I mean, they probably have some really good advice for a lot of the younger drivers. Like, I'm sure the cadets and even the 206 seniors to a degree could probably even learn some good experience from these drivers as they go ahead and make their way on through. But yeah, I feel like, so there's this older gentleman who used to frequent the track I work at, and I got some advice from him. He's probably he probably would qualify for this for the Supermasters, and I shaved off almost a second and a half of my lap time from his advice. So yeah, don't be afraid to ask for advice, because I'm sure these guys have it in spades.
That they do. And then you step down a little bit. So ages 30 and up is the KA 100 Masters. So that is where Gerard Tracy and Corey Curry are racing, and they are over the ages of 30 and they are racing, but they are not over the ages of 50, but they are over the ages of 30. So over the age of 50 would be Neese, Jennings, Leahy, and Hamilton. Those are the drivers racing through. He's, of course, associated with TKG, based out of MCC here, has ran in the X30 as well, and has won going through challenges with Chris Kutcher at times up in the go. So, I mean, that is a driver to watch as well. Has ran King of the Castle in some experience, has ran in Rock Cup here in Rock Cup USA, has ran, I mean, all over the place. Has ran the Rental Kart League here at MCC, which, by the way, if you didn't know about the Rental Kart League, if you're local, you should really check that out. It's a lot of fun, but is a driver that has a lot of experience as well, going back in and runs with Roderick, used to run with Roderick Racing Development through, or does run with Roderick Racing Development, my apologies, used to run with TKG Association, is a driver with a lot of experience up and down on the go. So just keep your eye on these drivers as they push their way through. And that 297, see where that 297 lands up in the front as we head into 2.5 minutes left to go.
Yeah, it's going to be a good run here. We'll see how this one all pans out. It is going to be the 290, and it's going to be Neil Hamilton looking for it. Just not quite there yet. Not quite there yet. He's going to try to look one way, look another. He's going to really just try to build momentum. It's not, I don't think we've seen any passes coming through the S's here today. So it's not really a good place to pass. It's a good place to build momentum coming through turns 11 and now coming down into turn 12 as they continue to fight their way on through here. as they go, and it is going to be Jennings still holding on to that P2, but Greg Lee and Neil Hamilton right behind. They're definitely going to want to continue to push as there's about a minute and a half left here. So roughly about 3 to 4 laps left to go in this race, give or take. It takes about a minute per lap, so yeah, about a minute, or about 4 laps probably is going to be the remaining ballpark. As Neil Hamilton, though, is already looking for a move here. He's not even going to wait for the 2 to go signal. He's just going to try to get the moves done here. And he's going to try to line up this move, but it has not come easy. Like we've said probably a dozen times at this point, catching is one thing, passing is a completely separate ballgame.
Yes, it is, but it's still so much fun to get to watch and see where the passing attempts happen. And, well, whenever you try to do the attempt, how it plays out here as we see the 275 there of Jennings with Leahy right on the back here. 40 seconds plus 2 laps. Paul Meese has managed to pull out a 1.5 second lead there with Leahy and Hamilton fighting it out for second and third here at the go. This is where things are going to get close. They're going to get competitive, and they're going to get real fun here, because this is where the gloves come off. There's a lot of patience, a lot of racecraft from these drivers, but when it hits the point they can take the gloves off, the gloves come off, and the heavy hitting blows will come out and through. Second, third, and fourth, Jennings, Leahy, Hamilton are going to come across here. Will be 2 laps to go when they cross the line, but as they go down the hill through 11, up the hill through the go, down the hill through 12, a little bit of a swerve there through from Jennings, goes to the inside. Leahy takes the bump. Hamilton holds on behind. And, well, will Hamilton try to make a move coming through the front stretch? 2 laps to go here, Patrick. My big question right now is, I don't know that they can catch Paul Meese, but my question is, how does second, third, and fourth sort itself out?
Yeah, I think unless Paul Meese makes a mistake, I think that P1 is pretty well set in stone. But yeah, I mean, there is so many different permutations on how the rest of the podium is going to shake out. So Jennings currently in P2, Leahy P3, and Hamilton P4. Those are your 4 podium protagonists here in the KA Master and Supermaster Finals here, as they go ahead and race on here. They are all in the Super Masters class, so they're all going to go ahead and try to fight it out here as they go through in good defensive position there for Jennings. Damian Jennings now holding on to that position, put some really good defensive kart positioning there, as they now will make their way on through. Next time by should be final lap. The white flag is out, 1 to go. Hamilton dropping back a little bit here, and so the podium spots look to be between Jennings and Leahy to figure out who P2 and P3 are going to be.
Paul Meese with a comfortable nearly 2-second lead at this point, but for Jennings, Leahy, and Hamilton, nothing is comfortable right now for them. Paul Meese in a great position here going through. We've got 1 kart off the track here. That is the 290 of Hamilton. Hamilton is out and done. It is game over for the 290. That means it's between Jennings and Leahy for second place here. Paul Meese will hold the front up and down the hill. Side by side go Jennings and Leahy holding on for second down the hill, heading through 12, heading to 13 and 14 they now go. Paul Meese has been up in the front, started on first, has been able to hold a consistent, steady gap, and Paul Meese will be bringing it through the final 2 corners for the Master Supermaster Final and KA100. Paul Meese gets the win. Damian Jennings and Greg Leahy will be second and third. Coming across next will be Gerard Tracy going through in that 205 for 4th place overall. Corey Curry should be next, and then unfortunately Neil Hamilton on the final lap pulls off at turn 1 and is out.
Oh, I think that's another final where Hamilton has just DNF'd. That is rough here, but as it stands, Paul Meese, Damian Jennings, Greg Leahy, Gerard Tracy, Corey Curry, and Neil Hamilton will round out your field here in the Master and Super Master Final. Next up, it is the Mini Micros coming at you here on Kart Chasers.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to Kart Chasers coverage of the MCC ProAM Karting Championship as we head through in, and we are looking to get the Micro Mini Swifts green, and they are green, and we're racing. Lewis, Frank, Hornish, Shipper, Wren, Heeman now out on track here for their 10 minutes plus 2 laps as they kick things off, and into turn 1 we go, and top 4 are going to try to get single file early on here. Patrick, I tell you what, Micro Mini Final. If it's anything like 206 Cadet, I expect some absolutely amazing racing.
Yeah, they got the smallest carts out in the field as well, so they're going to be able to really just fit the cart into any slot, honestly. They can really just, if they see a gap, they can go for it and still have probably like a good 9 feet of margin to play with. So that's just how small these mini micro carts are. So you can just see that they're going to absolutely do whatever they can here to make everything happen, especially because this is where a lot of the big points are now. So I was just thinking about it. Seth Stridle has read my mind. I was going to say that I'm surprised we haven't seen any tramline violations and a warning for Min Lewis for tram lines, 2-wheeled. And every time I think about tram lines, they just show up. And I do not mean to do that on purpose, but it just keeps happening.
I don't believe you for some reason. I think you are doing it on purpose, but that's okay. I'm not going to hold it against you. It happens as the carts continue their way through. Lewis, Frank, Hornish, Shipper, your top 4 getting a little bit of breathing room here as they continue their way up and down this circuit and down the hill and then back up to go back down towards turn 12 they go. And these drivers continuing to absolutely push their way along, having a great challenge through. Out of 14 we go, and top 4 you can see they're sitting at like a quarter a second between each of them. And then here's 5th and 6th, Brogan Wren and Griff Heeman, that are all holding nose to tail as well. These two continuing to battle their way through the TKG drivers in the Barella carts here in the Micro Swifts. They are having a good race here. It's just those two in class, so they get to have a bit of a battle themselves.
Yeah, they get to have some fun, really, because they're going to have a pretty solid gap to the minis. So, and they're going to just be able to have a really fantastic run through here, and it'll just be a 1v1. Nothing really else to worry about. They just can just have a good time, race themselves, and ultimately just have a good time. And I mean, even though, yes, everybody wants to win, everybody wants to get those sweet, sweet points, you gotta have fun. Fun is the #1 priority here for these drivers. They want to come out here, have a good time, race some go-karts around a fantastic circuit at a fantastic facility. As it's still going to be Bogan Ren and Griff Heeman still going to go ahead and continue to battle on here. No further penalties here for the mini Micro Swifts as they will continue to scrap it out. But we do have a scrap here for position. And this is going to be a fantastic battle here. This is for the lead. This is going to be Min Lewis taking on Jackson Frank. Jackson Frank has the fastest lap so far of a 105-101 and currently just shy of 0.2 of a second back from Min Lewis. We'll see how the rest of this one plays out, but Min Lewis so far keeping very good momentum here as we have just about 6 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
6 minutes plus 2 laps to go and plenty of action to continue its way up and down the go here. Lewis and Frank currently sitting just nose to tail, that 133 and that 142. Look over the shoulder from Lewis. Lewis trying to see where the battle is going to come from, and now just sitting dead center. Frank tucking the helmet all the way down. And one of the things about the minis and micros to watch, especially that mini category, is they will tuck the helmet nearly flat. They will look straight down a straightaway and almost just not even look ahead. They go all the way down below the steering wheel. And I know when I first started in karting, I was kind of like, why are they doing that? But it's slipstream. They are really looking to build a slipstream and get as much pace as humanly possible out of it. Because think about it. If you're sitting up, looking up, that helmet is just like a wall that holds air and slows you down. So if you want to get the best sort of aerodynamic advantage, you tuck the helmet all the way down, and that's exactly what Frank did down the front stretch there and is right on the back of Lewis now. Lewis in that 133 just holding on in position as the Lando Norris kart. The 142 of Frank sits right behind here and is trying to just find any advantage to capitalize on where an advantage can be found, but it's easier said than done. Is we are on the front stretch, we are looking through turn 1, and you know what, Patrick? Look at how much rubber has been laid down on this circuit through the day.
Yeah, so this track is much cooler than we found it this morning because, I mean, the rain came in overnight and washed away a good amount of that rubber. But now, through multiple qualifiers, through multiple pre-finals, and through a majority of the finals, I mean, there's been a ton of rubber laying down. And you know what's a mental image that just kind of popped into my head when we were talking about the kind of human DRS element? It's like a turtle kind of returning into its shell a bit to kind of, well, it uses that to hide, but these drivers use it for extra downforce, extra aerodynamic efficiency. And now I just can't get that mental image out of my head. So we're going to see if they're going to tuck into the turtle shell and try to get some good slipstream here down the start-finish line. As Jackson Frank is going to go ahead and try to follow through. As we continue on. Oh, it looked like there was going to be an attempt. He's close enough to try to make a dive into turn 2 if he wanted to, but he decides, you know what? I'm just going to wait a bit longer because there will be another opportunity for me to try to get this pass done.
And taking advantage of your opportunities is very important. You can try to just do whatever, whenever, but you have to be able to really make that stick, which is easier said than done at times. So whenever you go for a move, it's important to understand that even if you don't get that move done, you back out, you reset, and you go for it again. That is where it is really, really important for the drivers all the way through, especially in this young category where you're still developing the racecraft and the skills and everything that you have. You are still learning how to really build that patience. So it's great to see these drivers have this much patience up and down on the go. But look at that, nose to tail with 2 minutes to go. Lewis and Frank up here, first and second place. Your closest battle on track currently. Top two absolutely sticking with each other. They are not giving it up at all.
They're never going to back down. They're never going to give in. They got to drive to survive here and try to win this race. Try to get the most amount of points that they possibly can, as they will just go and make their way through the S's. They've built up a mighty fine gap to Sam Hornish in that P3 position. So it is the Lewis and Frank show here in the mini micro category. The 133 of Min Lewis. He's trying to minimize any chance of Jackson Frank getting a move done here, regardless of what sort of helmet tuck, turtle tuck trip or trick that he decides to employ here as they make their way. And actually it looks like there's a bit of a gap separating them, so it should be about, I'm gonna say it's gonna be about 4 laps to go, 3 to 4 laps give or take. Best stop time still belonging to Jackson Frank. And actually, something that we've kind of missed here is avoidable contact. Griff He-Man warning. So that happened about 3 minutes ago, I think. So, yeah, didn't quite catch that, but it is something I'm seeing here on the back end.
Yeah, not sure where that one came from, but very clearly something catching the attention of the race director, Seth Stridle, to warrant issuing out a warning. So just keep an eye on this fight all the way through, because these fights are not done. As we look back here at Griff Heeman and Brogan Wren, who are still battling their way up and down the order. And this is where this battle continues to push itself along, and these drivers will continue to challenge through on the go here. We're down to 2 laps to go. Time has ended, and then 2 laps after that, I should say, as up in the front we check in, and they are going out of 8, 9, and 10, heading towards turn 11, looking to make some sort of a pass through and along, because they just continue to push their way forward, keep each other honest. That's the big key here between the 133 and the 142. The Burrell Art versus the Lando Norris Kart. They are working really hard with each other to stay close and not lose any gaps. They've built up a 6.6 second gap here, Patrick. So as they come across the line with 2 to go, I mean, they have the gap to Sam Hornish behind to start battling, but at what point do they finally decide to?
That is a good question indeed. And we know Min Lewis is very strong in these karts. He has a 100% podium rate in this class here in 2026. And it's even more impressive when you look back to just the year prior, only off the podium on 2 occasions in 2025. And so far here in 2026, across all 3 rounds so far this season, he has had a 100% podium rate. And it looks like now that streak is looking to continue here, as they're going to go through. Lando Norris kart is going to go to try to hold on here. And this is going to be a good run here. If we're going to see a move, it's going to be go big or go home in P2. And we shall see. Final lap coming up at you here shortly. Then we have only 2 more finals left to go. The white flag is out, and the gloves are going to come off. The battles are going to be intense. Can we see Jackson Frank try to get one on to Min Lewis? And these guys are going to absolutely just scrap it out here for these positions. Looking one way, looking another. Coming through the massive sweeper And now making a run down into turn 7. We'll see here. We've seen some moves happen through turn 7. We're not going to see one this time around. But now they're going to make their way through the S's here. And they're going to come through coming into turn 10. If you get a good run into turn 10 going into turn 11, then it's going to give you a really good opportunity. We're going to see it now. Is it going to be Jackson Frank trying to make a move here? Oh, he's going to get really close, but I think it's just too little too late. But never say never. It's going to be a drag race to the line. And who's it going to be? Is it going to be Min Lewis, Jackson Frank? Who's it going to be? Side-by-side drag race. We see the helmet tuck. They're going to do whatever they can. And Min Lewis wins the Mini Micro Swift final here. And there was hardly any gap there in between. Just about 0.06 of a second between our top two. Sam Hornish will go ahead and round out the mini podium, the mini Swift podium, and then it'll be Griff He-Man winning in the Micro Swift as of right now. So we'll see. They're still going to battle across the line. They're still really close to each other coming through Barcelona. And then this will be it. Once they come through Barcelona, who's going to be on top? Who's going to win the class? And the answer is going to be Griff He-Man at the moment. It's going to be good over there from Brogan Wren, but unfortunately just not enough to get the victory here. As here are your results for the Mini Swift and Micro Swift. Min Lewis, Jackson Frank, Sam Hornish, and Kai Shipper round out your minis, and then the micros, Griff He-Man and Brogan Wren. When we come back, and actually it might be sooner rather than later, it is time for the penultimate final here between the KA Juniors, coming at you here shortly.
And Kart's on track and rolling here for our penultimate final of the day. 10 minutes plus 2 laps, and it's KA100 Junior who are going to get to swing in here. 6 karts to take on this 0.95-mile national circuit. Homer Heeman will lead them out with Robert Lash in second place. Lila Beck, Kai Park, Caleb Tracy, Blake Martinez, the 6 karts that will take on this KA Junior final. With some hard competition going through for these drivers in the pre-final, and well, I expect nothing less here in the final. 5 Burrell Art karts, and then you have the number 811 of Blake Martin. No, sorry, you have the 805 of Caleb Tracy, who is the only kart not running a Burrell Art chassis. Let's see how they get along on the go as they head down the front stretch. They get ready to go. They're getting the signals there from Marshall. Slow it down a little, slow it down a little. Make sure you are staying at pace. They'll get the clear indication of stay in the tram lines here. And you see the indication of where the blue cones are, so make sure you're waiting. And it's across the line. We are green, and already a big pull there from Kai Park, trying to make some moves early on up in the front. Action all the way through. Top 6 go along. Blake Martinez holds out in last. Up front, Homer Heeman holds the lead here.
How long can he hold on to the lead is going to be the question, though. He had a very good launch here. He had a bit of a tricky time in the shifter and junior shifter category a bit earlier on. But can he bounce back? That is a big thing. Psychology is a huge thing here in motorsport. Can he bounce back from a tricky and very unfortunate mechanical DNF. And can he bring in a win here this time around to make up for the win that he did not get in the junior shifter category? That's going to be questioned. So far, so good, as everybody behind him is really just going to scrap it out for these positions. And they are going to hold on for dear life as they continue on here in the KA 100 junior final, or penultimate final of the day.
Going through out of turn 2 here, everyone going along, and you see the thumbs up and the happiness there from the pit lane. All of the friends, family, team members giving the support to all of the drivers as they go through and down into the middle sector. Out of 6 through 7 they go, and they are going to move through 8, 9, and 10 now, head towards 11 to go up the hill and back down the hill towards 12. And Robert Lash not letting Homer Heeman get away at all, staying right to the back there. Beck and Park staying close as well. Tracy, and in the back, that's Blake Martinez with a big off to go up the hill and going down the hill. Blake Martinez losing more and more momentum now and falling down the order a little bit further here, losing touch with the back of the pack. That's going to create the 6 kart pack to go into a 4 kart pack now. So now you'll have 4 karts really battling it out. Top 2, a little bit of a gap to 3rd, and a little bit less of a gap to 4th place as they come through turn 2 yet again. And Heeman and Lash still latched together.
Yeah, these two are pretty much almost like peanut butter jelly, and just how inseparable they are as they continue to make their way through here. This is going to be one of the more competitive fields I will see here on the day, as they continue to just race on through. Like you said earlier, the 6-pack becomes the 4-pack, as it's going to be He-Man and Lash trying to jockey for these positions. They're going to be a bit on the conservative front here in the opening stages here of the KA 100 Junior Final. And they're going to go ahead and just continue to just sort their way on through. And they're not going to try anything super risky here at this stage. And watch me about to eat my words. Robert Lash sending up the inside. And there's definitely been a bit of contact between the two. Not a lot to make any major difference, but it is definitely something worth noting here. Best lap, Robert Lash now with a 101.256. And he is only, at least coming across the line, only 32 milliseconds ahead of He-Man. Sorry, I almost said Robert Lash was ahead of Robert Lash, which, unless there's a timing table error, that'd be pretty funny to see. But Homer Heeman now dropping a position, our pole sitter down into P2. But look at this. It is like moves almost all over the place. It looks like Kai Park was going to try to get ahead of Lila Beck and try to find himself, and he would want to park himself right on that podium step there.
Top 4 continuing to battle their way along onto the front stretch. And if you're on the site here, if you're at facility, be sure to check out the Snow Shack and give them a follow on Instagram, the Snow Shack _513. There was a post made on Facebook earlier about everyone asking, of course, we had some food there, but they were asking about getting some sort of an ice cream or a snow cone truck, and basically last minute notice given of looking for something, and the Snow Shack showed up and delivered, and they have some very, very tasty food and snow cones and variety of items. And of course, when it gets cold, they serve hot chocolate as well, so got to show them some love. Be sure to check them out and give them some love for showing up here last second to make everyone happy here at the track. Top 4 here, the Burrell Arts, the TKGs all holding in position as they go along. They are not looking for anything too crazy here. And Beck, the TKG number 11 there, Lila Beck, holding in position right now, looking to make a move. Under 5 minutes to go. Top 3 have hit that rhythm section here where they're not really challenging each other. They're not really doing anything that's going to compromise their run. The patience is showing, and that's one of the things with the juniors. They will show patience much more than our young categories of cadets or micro minis. They won't show as much patience as a senior category, though. At some point, it is going to flip a switch, and these top 4 are going to go gloves off, and they're going to fight like it's a street fight in high school because somebody stole someone's ice cream cone at lunch. Ask me how I know what that looks like. Top 4 now diving in here. It was a peek from Heeman there on Lash. Did not go for the send. Never mind, sends it into 13, down through 14. And you have Homer Heeman now up in the lead. Under 4 minutes to go.
To be fair, I would also throw hands with somebody for a snow cone right now. That sounds absolutely fantastic here. Might have to grab myself one here at some point. But, yeah, Homer He-Man, he did not grab a snow cone, but he did grab the lead. Although he might have grabbed a snow cone in between races. Don't have any way of knowing that. Although, would be a pretty good choice in my opinion. But he did grab the lead back from Robert Lash, as our top 4 gladiators are still going to continue to roar around, now going through turn 7 and then making their way through the S's of 8, 9, and 10 as they get ready for the turn 11 hairpin, and then they're going to make their way up the hill, down the hill they go like a roller coaster, and we'll see who's going to thrill us all with a very optimistic overtake. Nobody's going to do that just yet. They know they still got quite a bit of time. Just about 3 minutes to go here, plus 2 laps here in our penultimate final of the day. It is still going to be a 4-way battle for the race lead. Robert Lash, though, he is looking extremely punchy. And if anyone's going to be able to retake the lead, it might just be the number 832.
Absolutely going to be one of those that's going to continue to challenge, move along, and I will not be surprised to see this battle continue into the final stages of this race, as we only have about a quarter of this race left to go. 2 minutes plus 2 laps. A lap here is just at 60 seconds. So, with that being said, the top 2 trying to break away from 3rd and 4th here. Beck and Park currently sitting P3, P4, as the top 2 are working their way down in through the final corners now. We'll see where that gap sits. That gap now accordioned, though. What does an accordion gap do? It opens, it closes, it ebbs, it flows. So that gap from 2nd to 3rd now sitting at 0.6 of a second. It was a bit larger. It's closed up quite a bit more here. You see all of our Pro-Am staging in the pit area, waiting to get the signal to get ready to go here. And while they do that, they are looking on at these KA juniors. A lot of them raced in this category at one point, and they are remembering what it's like, I'm sure, to be out here in this category and be racing and be challenging and be learning all of the tricks of the trade that you have to learn at this point in order to succeed in the world of karting, because there is a lot to learn. And, well, KA Junior is really where you start to cement it here as they head into 12, 13, 14. Heeman still defending on Lash, and out of the final corner here, less than 60 seconds left to go. My big question, can Beck and Park catch up to these top 2? And if so, what sort of challenge does that bring? Here we go down the inside, though. Lash and Heeman swap for position. It's now a swap for P1, and now Lash will lead Heeman for 3 laps to go.
Oh, but look at Lila Beck, though, right there behind them, trying to make some moves of their own, trying to go ahead and continue to put some pressure on. And now this is a really tight 4-way battle. We have compressed the accordion, and it is going to be as tight as you possibly can get it. Tight enough where you can put it on in storage if you'd like to. But these drivers are going to want to store another trophy in their trophy cabinet as they make their way down the hill, making the run into turn numero 12. And it is going to be He-Man sending it up the inside of Robert Lash, and these two will trade these positions again, but it's a switchback there from Robert Lash. Robert Lash still holding on to the lead, but look at Lila Beck and Kai Park. Oh, this could be, this whole field could change up very drastically here. All moves are being made up the inside for Homer He-Man. Gonna get the move done. He's gonna retake the lead, but look at Robert Lash there. It'll be 2 laps to go when they cross the line. So this is going to be a very spicy battle indeed in a very hyper competitive field here in the KA 100 juniors. And then there's only one more final to go with the KA seniors, but we're not done here just yet. They will see the white flag this time by. Yeah, we're going to see how this one pans out. This is going to be a good battle here. Are we going to see another dive of the inside of turn 13 from He-Man? The answer is not quite. Not quite yet. They're going to go ahead and make their way to the line. It'll be white flag and one to go here in the penultimate final of the day. Positions are being swapped for, and moves are being made here on the final lap.
Final lap left to go, 0.95 miles of action left to go through. They're already through turn 2. Lash still leads Heeman, and you have Park and Beck sitting 3rd and 4th. Look at this, though, down the inside, the 828 of Kai Park trying to move past Lila Beck, trying to move through. 3rd and 4th starting to battle it out, and Lash and Heeman now holding the top 2 places where they're at. They are trying to just hold on right now. Homer Heeman has an idea of where to get a pass done on Robert Lash. Down the hill through 11, up the hill, and now back down the hill towards 12. Defense to the middle of the circuit for Robert Lash. Heeman trying to force the pressure there. 3rd and 4th trying to swap positions as well. Park will have 3rd. Heeman and Lash holding 2 and 1 right now. Through 14 we go on the right-hander. Now it's the run down to the front straightaway. Does Heeman have anything to give? Robert Lash and Heeman have swapped positions back and forth, but on the final go to the line, it is going to be Robert Lash who wins the KA 100 Junior Final. Lila Beck overtakes Kai Park by 0.3 of a second in order to get 3rd. Caleb Tracy will come across 5th, and Blake Martinez will be in 6th place to finish this KA Junior Final out. What a great final few laps there from Lash, Heeman, Beck, and Park battling it out, getting very, very, very close to each other. But in the end, Robert Lash able to hold on here. And Patrick, one more race left to go. It's Pro-Am final when we return. And for the final event of this Sunday, carts are rolling, and it is going to be your KA 100 Pro-Am drivers in for the final. Will Steele will be ahead of Isaac Gardner with Shane Hambrick in 3rd, Adler Klein, Michael Maker, Max Klein in 6th, Emerson Blatt, Alejandro Gallego, Gavin Deeganhart, Marcus Batchin, your top 10. From there, it's Caleb Sircone, Warner Angelica, Braden Heber, Ryan Miller, and Larry Pegram, your 15 carts taking on this Pro-Am senior final here today. Patrick, final thoughts before they get going.
We have had a fantastic day here so far at MCC here in Batavia. And I mean, we've probably got one of the best classes to round things off with. This is a very big class, a very competitive class, nevertheless. And it is essentially the title class here of the day. It shares the same name as the entirety of the championship, the KA 100 Pro-Am category is going to go ahead and kick us off. I want to thank everybody who is tuned in this far, whether you're trackside or whether you're watching us here on the Kart Chasers channel. We got one more round to go. Hopefully you stick around for this, and we got some excellent action here in the final of the day, as they're going to go ahead and look at the acceleration cones, those blue go cones. Makes me want some snow cones here. And for one last time, we are underway here. And this is going to be a good run here. Can we all make it through turn number 2? All over the contact I saw, but everybody's still facing in the right direction. And there's actually a cart off there. I'm not sure what cart that is, but there is a cart just off and abandoned right there towards the edge.
And that one cart off here, that is going to produce, well, it's an interesting place for it to be off. Shouldn't produce any issues for the drivers as they go along. Carts going down and up. Big defense early on from Will Steele. I think Will Steele knew that if there wasn't some defense early on to hold on into turn 1 and 2, it was going to produce some challenges here later on in this race, and did so just then. And, well, you have Adler Klein, the Tony Kart, in 4th place here, holding on, while the top 3, of course, go through. And, well, here in the Pro-Am final, it's a sea of Burrell Art Karts that are holding their positions in a multitude of places going through. Of course, again, this is the home of Trinity Karting Group, and they run Burrell Art Karts, so no surprise to see so many TKGs and different drivers here holding on and along. So as the drivers continue their way through and challenge their way forward, right now it's a nice single file run from everyone, but how long is that going to last? Because you have the top 8 holding single file, and then a slight baby gap for 9th to 10th, or 8th to 10th, no, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and then you have 13th and 14th a little bit further back through. So watching on these gaps that really haven't broken away, nobody's broken away yet. So it's just interesting to see how this plays out here, and I gotta wonder, how will that work as these drivers continue to push more and more? We're 2 by 2 at the moment up for the top 4.
Yeah, this is going to be a really fun run here. Probably for the drivers and especially for us here watching it from the booth. And it's going to be a really good time here to see how these drivers go to get things situated. It's a pretty big field. I think the 206 Master and Super Masters is the only class that's bigger than the Pro-Ams here, as Isaac Gardner sets the fastest lap with a 1:3:06. So very good stuff there from the number 928 as we continue to run through. We're going to potentially see some moves here from Adler Klein on the Shane Hambrick as they're going to fight for that final step of the podium. You can see that Klein is the lime green car, one of the few I think it's the only Tony car here on the field. So this is going to be a good run here. Coming into turn 1, we'll see if anyone tries to make any moves here for any of these positions. But man, oh man, it is just, I mean, it's a very tight field here. So that is I want to say that was the 9. Well, I think that's a card actually from a previous race, because I think everybody else has got laps in. Yeah, so that's a card from a previous race that is stricken out there. So we're going to see now is Gardner is going to try to chase down Stell for that P1 position, trying to take P1 away from cart number 1, as we have about little over 6 minutes to go here in the final of the day.
And all of that time left to go here is going to leave something to be found. There's going to be some challenges up and down the field. I have a feeling that none of this is going to be done until it's done. So let's wait and see how this plays through for these carts. Under 6 minutes to go here, and you see the top 2, Steele and Gardner 1st and 2nd, with Hambrick and Klein 3rd and 4th. And then you have Max Klein in 5th place holding on. And look at that, Tony Kart trying to hold on to P3 right now. Doing a good job so far of holding on to P3, I have to say, for Adler Klein. Adler Klein fastest kart on track by not a lot, about half a tenth, which isn't a lot of time but it's just enough time through. So we'll just wait and see how that plays out for that Tony Kart there, the 933 of Adler Klein, who has Hambrick behind. They've gained on the top two. They're right on the back of the top two, I have to say, heading through the middle sector. And, well, for Klein, this is going to produce a big challenge through. Heading all the way down the front stretch we go. Investigation into Marcus Batchin for avoidable contact. Right now, the number 910, currently running in 9th place, is going to be under investigation for avoidable contact. We'll see what results come out of that. 4 minutes, 40 seconds left to go, and it's still, as we sit up in the front, Gardner, Steele, Klein, Hambrick, your top four.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really good battle between these guys for quite some time here, as they go ahead and continue to run along here in the final. 4 minutes left to go on the clock, and they'll probably just wait it out for now, but then later on they're definitely, oh pardon me, they're going to definitely make some really good moves here. They're going to take the gloves off and get ready to rock and roll. Some drivers almost dipping a wheel into the grass. We see the tug there from Adler Klein as they go ahead and try to go through, but look at how they've spread out here a little bit, as Gardner's now in the lead ahead of Will Still there. So these two are going to go ahead and try to fight for position, and some more positions will be battled for here. So I mean, there's a good chance where this whole entire podium is going to look vastly different here at the later stages of the race, as we get into the final 3.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. This one is going to be a fast and furious affair here, and we'll see if Isaac Gardner can hold on, or is there even going to be some other competitors getting involved in this. I mean, only time will tell here, as we are approaching the final couple of minutes here on the race day.
3 minutes plus 2 laps left to go to end this Sunday, and this is where it currently sits at Gardner and Steele, and then a bit of a gap back to Adler Klein and Shane Hambrick, and then you have a bit of a gap back to Max Klein as those karts continue to challenge their way along and try to push through. This top 5 have then built up a pretty substantial gap to P6 and further back, which is really what they need to do. And you see from 6th back, they're running in groups of 2, and that is going to be very important for them to try to run in groups of 2, build some momentum, and push ahead. But meanwhile, you have the top front of the field here that is just, they're in a group, but they're not. They're right there in that position where they're trying to challenge, they're trying to run through, but nobody in the top 5 have been able to really get a breakaway here. But you see the TKG karts of Steele and Hambrick, who are tucking the helmets down. They are really, really pushing through here at a track that they know like the back of their hand. They really want to challenge through. Will Steele still showing some momentum through, and Hambrick trying to not end up on the side like a brick, and is just holding through behind Adler Klein and is playing patience for now. Here's the thing, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and with 90 seconds left to go, if you are Hambrick, you need Klein to catch up to Steele and Gardner, so you're going to play nice right now and try to help close that gap.
Temporary truce is the way we put it earlier, Brad. So, I mean, Klein and Hambrick are going to go ahead and, I mean, what they should do is, yeah, I 100% agree. They should just form like this temporary truce and just say, hey, you know what? Let's put aside the differences for now and try to fight these two up in the front. And then once we do catch up, we can go ahead and take the gloves back off and go ahead and fight each other like we were just a few moments ago. Will that actually happen? We'll just have to see. That would be the smart thing to do, as teamwork makes the dream work here. And we're going to see how the rest of it plays out. It'll be 2 laps to go next time by. Fastest lap currently going to Shane Hambrick, actually, with a 59.933. One of 2 drivers getting into the sub 1 minute, the other being Adler Klein. So more than likely it'll be 2 laps to go once they cross that line. Oh, and there's a cart off. It is going to be Shane Hambrick dipping a wheel into the grass there. That's going to cost him a little bit of time there. And you can see now he has fallen back from Adler Klein. So Adler Klein might be on his own here in this battle to try to jump up to the lead here from P3. As there is about 5 seconds on the clock. Will we get a bonus lap in there in between? Answer is going to be no. It'll be 2 to go once they cross the line. And it's the final 2 laps here of round 4 of the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship.
2 to go, gloves are off. Let's start the battles. Here we go. Will Steele already putting some pressure in on Isaac Gardner. No hesitation as soon as that 2 to go signal hit. And we've got 2 carts spinning around out of turn 1. That is, it looks like potentially 2 teammates who are off there. You can see already jumping up there, not happy at all, pulling the cart out of the way. So that is one of the TKG carts that is off there and will be cleared through. Not happy, throws the gloves out of frustration. And that was a big incident into turn 1. 1 cart pulled away, 1 cart didn't. Meanwhile, up at the front, here we go. Gardner, Steele, Klein, Hambrick. Talk about a battle to start here as they will head through out of 12 into 13 and 14. They will come through top 5 now, nose to tail, as they are fighting it out big time here in the top 5. Cross the line, 1 lap to go. This is for all the marbles. This is the KA100 Pro-Am Final. The final lap here, up into second, does go Adler Klein. And Adler Klein now up into second. That's given Will Steele a little bit of breathing room. You've had Gardner drop down the order and fall well far down. Those 2 carts, by the way, involved in that lap 1 incident the previous lap. It was Larry Pegram and it was Michael Maker. Those were your 2 carts that are out of this race due to that turn 1 contact. So, final lap, half a lap to go here. This is where you need Adler Klein to really lock in here. A Tony Kart trying to challenge for a win at the Burrell Art at the TKG home field. Let's see how that plays through. Look over the shoulder from Will Steele. Will Steele, no pressure, settles into the line here in that 9:01. Gardner sitting behind Klein here as Hambrick is through. Look at that side-by-side. Big contact there from 3 teammates. 3 teammates off, the 928 and the 912. Gardner, Hambrick, Klein all off. Meanwhile, Will Steele pumping the fist through the line, and Adler Klein through the 928 and the 912. That is going to be Max Klein. That is Shane Hambrick. That is Isaac Gardner. All 3 off on the final coming here. And you see already the apologies going out, but what a final corner run to go. And KA100 Pro-Am ends in disaster and victory for some. Will Steele all the way up to the front with the patience. Adler Klein able to hold on to second in his Tony Kart and challenge through. And there is the 951 who is off as well. Wow, that is Shane Hambrick who is off. I have nothing else to say other than wow.
Yeah, that sums it up there, Brad, as here's your unofficial results here in the final of the day. Will Steele gets a win here. Adler Klein take a P2. Alejandro Gallego getting a P3 here. Ryan Miller P4. Braden Eber P5. Marcus Batson P6. And then it is Gavin Degenhart, Larry Pegram, who did have that moment earlier on. And then Warner Agelcia, who will round out P9. And then it is Isaac Gardner involved in that final incident right there at the end. And then Shane Hambrick, who did have the fastest lap here, followed by Max Klein, Michael Maker, and Emerson Blatt, who ended the race about 5 laps down here. What a day of karting action we have had here in MCC. And boy, oh boy, what a way to wrap things up.
It's very rare that a race leaves me speechless, but more and more again here on Kart Chaser, I'm starting to be speechless. And right now, the best I've got for you is wow. That was a time here as we get these 3 carts cleaned up. There's no more racing to do here. KA100 Pro-Am Final. The fireworks were out. I told you in the final 2 laps the gloves came off, and that's exactly where it's at. And you see the thumbs up there from Isaac Gardner. He is the driver sitting there. I thought he was holding his leg, but he is indeed giving a thumbs up, indicating he's okay. He's standing, he's walking, believe he's okay. But what a time we've had on a Sunday in Batavia, Ohio. Next time you'll see the MCC track here on Kart Chaser. It will be for the Road Tax Championship here in a few weeks. So if you enjoy what you see here through the grassroots coverage, make sure you tune in. Of course, to get all the way to there, well, here's what you got to check out. King of the Castle coming up for Newcastle Motorsports Park here next weekend. And then from there, again, the next time you see MCC, it's going to be June 6th, 7th. It is going to be the RMC Rotax America Championship. Be sure to tune in for those. But that's all the coverage we have from here today. On behalf of Patrick, on behalf of Emery, on behalf of our amazing camera crew here at Kart Chaser, my name is Brad. We've taken you start to finish. Be sure to join us for the next one, where we'll take you start to finish yet again. Good night.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.